right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? I believe we're live now. Well, I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. And I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor get me down. Well, I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor get me down. But I went to the doctor with my head in my hands. The doctor said, Big Bill, I think I had to give you a monkey glance. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor get me down. My woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't big bill, some man gonna carry your business home. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Oh, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor get me down. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just sitting here in the middle of a snowstorm, which is pretty rare in my part of the country, down here in the deep south in South Carolina. It's only like it's like maybe 3 inches of snow, something like that, which around here is like civilization ending. Everything shuts down, right? Can't go anywhere. We're just not used to that shit around here, you know. It's going to get down to 13 Fahrenheit tonight, 13 degrees Fahrenheit, which is really unusual for around here too. So I'm going to sit in here as long as I can tolerate it. It's pretty cold in here. It's about 46 in here right now with my space heater running. Let me see here. Julian Santaguida says, what's up, party people? Good to see y'all in Edward's live stream. Thanks for having me on the stream. Johnny says, back again on the sunny side of life. Let's see. The Stoned Abbott says, grumble about the weather properly like the English do. Right. Yeah, pretty fucked up weather for this time of year. See how many people show up. I think a lot of the country is experiencing this storm right now. Weather doesn't help my tuning either. Mr. E Speed Shop says 17 here near Raleigh. Feels like 5. Damn. Yeah, it's going to be supposed to get down to 13 degrees tonight, Fahrenheit. Fire Medic says, it's cold as fuck for sure. I'm glad to see you on. Warm up, take a little longer for sure. Yep. Yak Fishing says 18 degrees in Atlanta. Speaking of which, I forgot to leave my faucet dripping. Holy shit. I'm going to play one more and run in the house real quick. King bee baby, buzzing round your hide. I'm a king bee baby, buzzing around your hide. I can make honey baby, won't you let me come inside? Well, I'm young and I'm able to buzz all night long. Well, I'm young and I'm able to buzz all night long. When you hear me buzzing, baby, you know some stinging going on. King bee baby, want you to be my queen. I'm a king bee baby, want you to be my queen. Well, together we can make honey like the world ain't never seen. Well, I'm a king bee baby, I can buzz all night long. I'm a king bee baby, I can buzz all night long. I can buzz better, baby, when your man is gone. King bee baby, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go turn my faucet on and let it drip. My pipes are gonna bust. I forgot about that. See y'all in 1 second. I'll be as quick as I can. Okay, I'm back. Had to take care of some business. Had to turn my faucet on so my pipes don't freeze. Let's see, James said he is here. Yeah, I'm here now. Martian Murray says taking care of some man business already. Taking care of some cold ass weather business. It'll be 13 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. Let me get some music going here.
There's a motherfucker down.
Oh, there we go. Marshall said, y'all get a bunch of snow too? Yeah, I mean, fucking, about 3 inches, which in South Carolina terms is basically a Arctic blizzard. So, probably nothing in town open. Nobody's on the roads. I mean, went to the grocery store the other day and like everybody's panic buying shit like eggs and bread. No, it's bread and milk. That's what it was. Yeah, bread. Gotta get bread and milk. Fucking bread and milk. Milk and bread. I don't even know what the fucking point of that is. It like milk and bread is not even survival food. I think a can of chili will do you better in a fucking survival situation. Fucking panic buying. Milk and bread. Milk and bread. Ernest Shackleton was on his way to the fucking South Pole and he was like, we can't go on any further. We don't have enough fucking milk and bread. Ron's in the house, says, how the hell are you, man? What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, just get some snow down here. Hermit says, PA's crazy. Oh, I bet, like that far up north. Like the stream, please. Yeah, y'all please do that. Like, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. Ron says, no kidding, Ed. James Laura says, aren't you going to do a shot tonight? Yeah, I probably will do one. Fire Medic says, liquor and beef. Right. I actually bought beef. Beer and beef when I went to the grocery store. Let's see, 4D Humi says, nice jacket, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's just serving a utilitarian purpose tonight. Like I do have it up to 46 degrees inside of here, but it's just cold as shit outside. Ron says here it's always toilet paper. Oh, they'll do that here too. They'll buy up all the toilet paper. James Laura says Irish whiskey if you got it. I'll see if I got some. Martian Murray says toilet paper too. Like how much you're going to use in 2 days, right? Ron says, snowing out? It's crazy. Yeah, it's about 3 inches, something like that. Johnny B says, Shackleton it was. We need more grog. Now, he was carrying scotch, man. They actually found his stash of scotch down there at the little camp that he set up. Julia says, what about some Robert Johnson? Okay. Let's see. James says, get a bidet. Ron says, we all have showers anyway. James says, I like Robert Johnson too. Yeah, let's do some Robert Johnson, all right.
I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman to be rolling this way. I'm the man that rolls icicles hanging on a tree. I'm the hanging on a tree. You can hear me hollering down on my bending knee. I'm a hard-working man, been one for many long years. I'm a hard-working man, I've been one for many long years. Some cream puffs using my money, and it never happened no more. Can't give your sweet woman everything she wants at just one time. You can't give your woman everything she wants at just one time. She got rambling on her brain, well, and a monkey man on her mind. I'm a steady rolling man, I roll both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman, let me rolling this way.
Steady Rolling by Robert Johnson. James says the orange guitar new. No, I've had that one a long time. Let's see. The Stone Abbott says, nah, he's had it a while. Yep. Mr. E Speed Shop says, thanks for doing these, Ed. It's good to hang out in the blues juke joint. I appreciate y'all showing up. Yep. James says, you sound just like Robert Johnson. Appreciate that. Let's see. He said, I'm having tea right now, but I wish I had some Jamesons. I wish I had some Jamesons. I got a bottle of Bushmills right now. Y'all want to do a shot? Hell. Let's see what we got here. I got a bottle of Bushmills Irish whiskey right here, and I got a bottle of British Navy Pusser's rum. Y'all tell me which one, the rum or Irish. James Laura says Bushmill. We got to vote for Bushmills Irish. Julian says Irish. Martian says Irish. Let's see. 4D Humi says Bushmills Irish. I think Irish is going to win this one. All right. Let's put some in the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Stoned Abbott says, not too picky in my whiskeys, to be honest. Booze is booze. I mean, yeah, it all gets you to the same place, but I mean, you know, certain ones, the trip is better, right? All right, here we go. Bushmills Irish whiskey. Kimpai, L'chaim, Cheers, Prost, Nasdrovia, all that good stuff. That shit's cold, like it's been sitting out here in this building getting cold. I don't really like cold whiskey. James says if you're mixing drinks, it don't matter too much. Ron says smooth Robert Johnson. Ed, appreciate that. Yeah, that was Steady Rolling Man. Probably my favorite lyrics he ever wrote. On the man that rolled, that sickle's hanging on the tree. See what the the Gretches sounding like tonight. It ain't sounding like shit. I don't have it plugged in. A little out of tune. Sounding good and pissed off. James says they should make self-tuning guitars. I think Gibson tried to come out with that. But, yeah, Stone Abbott says, yeah, Gibson tried that a while ago with robo-tuners. Didn't go well. I bet. James Laura says, one day I'm going to buy Ed's a 12-ounce shot glass. One day. I would appreciate that. James says, does anyone like Irish whiskey? I likes me some. Says that guitar is versatile, isn't it? You can do pretty much anything you want to on it. And Muerto Sonato Hippie says, hello, big fan from Brazil. Big hug from Brazil. Well, hey, what's up, man? How you doing there? Kyle says, really good sound. Appreciate that. Bikes and Camps with Cat says, woo. David McLeod says, Antarctica, they have electricity down there. Jeffrey Albertson says, what's up, party people in Ed? Cool as hell today. We got a lot of snow in Marietta, but none stuck. Wind is crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of fucked up here, like with the snow and stuff. I mean, like for South Carolina standards, like it doesn't snow much down here, and we're not used to the shit. But I mean, it's only like 3 inches. It's going to get down to like 13 degrees Fahrenheit tonight, so I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, that's not something that happens here very often. James says, I got running shoes, but I don't run. MW says, I like Irish whiskey and coffee and Ed jamming the blues. Fire Medic says, Jeffrey, just north of you and fucking cold and windy. The wind hasn't hit here yet. Ron says, sounding good, brother. Appreciate that. James Laura says, John Lee Hooker's awesome. SD says, give me more of that. Ron says, I'm making crab bisque. I made chicken chasseur today and gratin dauphinois, however you say it. That's what I spent my day doing, like cooking. Jeffrey says, oh yeah, we're not cut out for this mess. Yeah, like deep south, like down here, like we are not used to fucking like winter weather like this, you know, like snow on the ground and stuff. Stone Evans says, Ed actually wrote Boom Boom. Fire Medic says, not 2 weekends in a row. Yep. Or so the last weekend was kind of made me more nervous, like it was supposed to be ice, but we didn't really get much. Just snow this time. You right down, right off of your feet, take you home with me, put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. How, hey.
Gonna sit you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house. Put you in my car. I love to see you switch and talk that talk. That baby talk. How, hey, hey.
A little bit of stuff right there from good old John Lee, Sex Worker. Ron says 45 in the chat. Video has 18 likes. Cool, cool. That's pretty good numbers right there. And if y'all appreciate what I'm doing here, please consider sending me a little PayPal donation or a super chat. I do appreciate the super chats. I don't put ads on these live streams. And yeah, I just basically take tips on here. Basically doing an online busking type of thing. So y'all want to show me a little love, like go down to that that $sign below the chat there and send me some super chat love. I would like that a lot. Mark says instead of taking care of some man business, can be going to make yellow snow and sign my name. Right, right. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of Frank Zappa tonight, right? Watch out where the Huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow. The Stone Abbott says, do you busk in real life, Ed? Nah, not anymore. I just play shows, you know. I think the last time I busked, I was probably a teenager. James Laura says, how much is a rattlesnake shot of doom? $20. I'll do the rattlesnake shot of doom. That's one bourbon, one scotch, one hit of French absinthe in a shot glass all together. Ron said, killed it. Appreciate that. James says, Ed played the hell out of that song. I appreciate it a lot, man. Ron says, is it true in your opinion that Son House was the father of the Delta Blues? No, he came after Charlie Patton. The guy who Charlie Patton was following around was a guy named what was his damn name? Yeah. But yeah, there was a guy before Charlie Patton that Charlie Patton was following around. Whatever his damn name was. Sloan, Henry Sloan, yeah. And we don't have a recording by that guy. Nor a picture or anything of him. Ron Swanson, I just read that. James Laura says, is French absinthe champagne? No, it's liqueur. It's like a licorice flavored liqueur. And it's got like wormwood and shit in there. It used to be banned everywhere. Ron says, that's what I thought people in articles were saying that. AI called bullshit. No, I called bullshit. Stone Abbott says blind lemon. I can do some blind lemon Jefferson. All right. Ron says, this strong as fuck too. Yeah, absinthe's got a lot of alcohol in it. It's like 60-something% alcohol. I can do Matchbox Blues, but I can't do it the way Blind Lemon did it. I can do like the kind of rockabilly Carl Perkins version of it. Keep this thing tuned. AB 4845 sends me a Mexican $19. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Keep this damn thing tuned. This weather's lovely for tuning. Good enough. A little echo on it. There we go. I'm sitting there walking with a matchbox hole. I'm sitting there walking with a matchbox hole. Ain't got no match, but I got a long way to go. I'm an old poor boy, a long, long way from home. I'm an old poor boy, a long, long way from home. Ain't got no match, but I got a long way to go. If you don't like my peaches, baby, don't shake my tree. If you don't like my peaches, baby, don't shake my tree. Get out of my horse and leave my peaches be. I'm sitting there walking where the matchbox holds the floor. I'm sitting there walking where the matchbox holds the floor. Got no message, but I got a long way to go. Oh, poor boy, long, long way from home. I'm an old poor boy, a long, long way from home. I ain't got no matches and everything I do is wrong. I'm sitting here walking with a matchbox over the floor. I'm sitting here walking with a matchbox over the floor. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Ready. We got a couple of super chats here. That there was Matchbox Blues, but by Carl Perkins, not the original Blind Lemon Jefferson version of it. Let's see, Pardelian Pepilon. See, he sends me a Looks like a Romanian 25, whatever the currency of Romania is called. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. And Fire Medic sends me $9.99. He says, here's to a night of great music. Thanks, bud. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate y'all. Them super chats are the life of the show. That helps me out a lot there. And Ron sends me $6.99 Canadian. He says, West Coast rag, please, on the old parlor guitar. I could try it on the parlor guitar. That thing's so out of whack now with the neck being messed up, but I can give it a shot. But thank you very much for that. That $6.99 right there. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you for your generosity, all of y'all. Okay, I got to tune this thing up to standard. I actually played West Coast Blues a little bit earlier on here, but I'll do a repeat of it. Hang on. Take me a minute to tune this thing. 100-year-old guitar, you know. I don't know what it's going to sound like with the neck on this thing being the way it is. It's probably not going to sound in tune. With that. See, it won't tune right. The intonation's off because the action's so bad. No truss rod in these things. I'll take one more shot at that. Now it sounds right in the A chord, but it's horribly out of tune in the C chord. Until I get a neck reset on this thing, like probably just have to do slide on it. Sounds fine with a slide, but I'll show you what West Coast Blues sounds like on a properly playing guitar. Hang on. Blind Blake right there. That guy had some crazy finger picking. Steve says, that's rag, it's perfect. Appreciate it. James says, cool song. Ron says, Blind Blake. Let's see, Conrad Van Blydenstein says, love your Gretsch, man. My favorite guitar. All the best from Amsterdam. Cool. Appreciate it, man. All the best from South Carolina here, which is covered in snow right now. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Sorry, I set you up, bro. Yeah, that old parlor guitar needs a neck reset. Until then, I can pretty much just play slide on it. James Laura says, can you chew gum and play at the same time? Probably. I mean, never tried it. Let's see, the Stone Abbott says, took me damned months to get the thumb roll on West Coast Blues. Yeah, that thing is hard. Like it's kind of weird to do it with a finger pick, because I think he did it with his bare thumb. But I learned how to do it with the finger pick. You got to angle it a certain way. Steven Schutte says, hey from Colorado, what's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. We're getting some Colorado style weather right now. I think I might grab me a beer, actually. How about some Smithwick's? Smithwick's Irish Red Ale. Actual Irish red, like not that bullshit Killian's beer that we have here. Steve says, how about Hear My Train A-Comin'? Do you got a 12-string? That's one I got to learn. That's a Hendrix song there. And I'd have to learn that one. I do have a 12-string, though. James Laura says, is it cold snow? I have no idea. Steven Schutte says, hey, from Colorado, 60 degrees tomorrow. Damn. It's going to be like 30 something here tomorrow. Stone Abbott says, yes, Blind Blake played with bare thumb. There's no thumb pick on the only photo of him. And you know, Bill Brunzi kind of backs that up. He says, yeah, he played with his thumb, and his thumb like had a big callus on it. Ron says, that song might as well be on Mars as far as I'm concerned playing it. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard anybody like match Blind Blake exactly. Let's open this Smithwick's here. The glass that I haven't cleaned. It's got some beer dried at the bottom of it. Fuck it. Who cares? See if the whole pint will fit in here. Well, nope, not quite, not quite. Nice ruby red color. Kind of malty beer. You buy a red ale in America, like an American style red ale, it's gonna be very hoppy. Not this stuff. It's more of like a traditional kind of ale from the British Isles. Don't have a whole shit ton of hops in it. Kind of malty tasting. Laura says, is it good, Ed? Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Stone Abbott says, and then the sound of the record, it does sound like playing with just bare thumb. Yeah, I think he probably was. Yeah, like Blind Blake. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Make this stuff with raw or roasted barley that's not malted. Like they put that in there for flavoring. And you can taste it. James says, that's a badass song. He says, Irish Red. Yep. Pepper Dilly and Papillon says, Norrock. I guess, is that the money of Romania there? Stoned Abbott says, cider enjoyers, I recommend Henry Watson. I don't even know if you can get that here. It's actually hard to get a good cider here. Most of the ciders at the store here, like very sweet, like overly sweetened and shit. Can't get a dry one anywhere. Lot of like gas station quality ciders here. Right. James says, was Blind Blake really blind, or he just play acting? No, he was blind. SD says, Ed will achieve chromatic alignment after this shot. James says, is Romania near Alaska? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, I know James is American now. That geography knowledge. Oh, shit. Hang on, there.
Tell Automatic Slim, tell Razor Toting Jim, tell Butcher Knife Toting Nanny, we gonna take an old fast talking fanny, oh we gonna pitch a ball, way down at the Union Hall, we gonna romp and trump till midnight, we gonna fuss and fight till daylight, we gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long. All night long. Tell Kudu crawling red, tell Abyssinian Ned, tell old Pistol Pete, tell everyone you meet. Well, tonight we need no rest, oh, we really gonna throw a mess. We gonna break out on the windows, we gonna kick down on the doors, we gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long. All night long, all night long. Tell Fats and Washboard Sam, everybody gonna jam. Tell Shaky and Boxcar Joe, we got sawdust on the floor. Tell Piggin and Caroline died, oh, we gonna have a time. When the fish scent fill the air, there'll be snuff juice everywhere. We gonna pitch a wang dang doodle all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long, all night long.
All right. Let's see. Floppy Disk says listening from Cambodia. Cool. Well, what's up from South Carolina, man? Let's see. We've had Thailand in here before. We've had Japan in here before. And we had Myanmar in here one time. We get a few East Asian countries in here. Pepper Dillion says, I'm from Transylvania province. Oh, okay. So, yeah. It's like the famous part of Romania. SD says, where the white women's at? James Laura says, Transylvania is cool. Dracula's hometown. Yeah, that's about 50 miles from the Alaskan border. Ron says, love that song. It's really jumpy. Appreciate that. J1 says, never heard that song. That's a Howlin Wolf song right there. see, James says, I like to watch TV sometimes. Milton Carbaja says, is there anywhere you perform live where I can see you? I mostly play around Georgia and South Carolina. Places in the Southeast. I've been out to Mississippi and shit like that. Ron says, slaying the old blues since 1983. Ed Phillips, right? Stone Abbott says, hoping to hear some North Korean listeners. I doubt we'll get many of them. You can actually stream North Korean TV on some website. Like they don't show it all the time. Like they don't broadcast all the time. You'll see a test pattern a lot of the time. Let's see. Conrad says, Henry Watson cider's killer, man. Yeah, never seen that anywhere around here. Like, but here we get like the woodchuck and the angry orchard. And this is very sweet. It's like apple juice or something. James Laura says, if I ever go to Alaska, I'm taking a boat to Transylvania. Floppy Disk says, glad to hear. Originally from Florida. Found your channel last week. Great stuff. I kind of wish I was in Florida right now. Shit. Yeah, it's about like I don't know, what's the temperature right now? It's probably in the 20s outside right now, I would imagine. James says, I don't understand Korean at all. Floppy says, North K, yeah, the good old DPRK. Let's see if they're streaming right now. Let me see. Let's see what they got going on. Let's see if their TV's broadcasting right now. They don't broadcast all the time because they're cheapskates, I guess. Oh shit! They got some shit going on. That's North Korean television. Live.
핵심 요소 개발 때 현장에서 같이 밤을 새우며 공유해주고 기발한 착상도 튕겨준
No idea what they're talking about.
헌신적인 노력에 대한 감동 어린 이야기를 들었습니다. 그리고 황주군 신상 농장에 가서는 지교의 강연 강사들에 의해 도입된 앞선
Yeah, we got food here. We totally got food here.
큰 도움이 되었다는 감사의 인사를 들을 수 있었습니다.
필터 세울 때 강용 강사 동지들 현장에
부끄럽지만 우리 농장은 유로에 동안
Anyway, yeah, that's you can go to that website right there, KCNA, and watch North Korean television. All right, let's see. James Laura says, I kind of understand it, but not really. Conrad says, hey man, you into Robin Trower? I like me some Robin Trower. I got a record or two by him down here below my desk, actually. Still need to learn some of the lyrics and stuff from him, but... Russell's Honor says, Kim inspects his drug factory. Pirated Peter. Steve says, all fake TV. Yeah, I think it's mostly like propaganda and shit. Julian says, do you know Hey Joe? Yeah, I know that one. I can do that. Ron says, all I know is they're sure as hell are not taking the blues. Or talking the blues. They have never heard it. Actually, kind of funny. So Kim Jong-un has a brother, right? But he's not into politics. He doesn't do any governing. Like he's not interested in it. He's a guitar player and he's obsessed with Eric Clapton. No shit. Look it up. Let's see. Hey Joe.
said, where you going at? Gun in your hand. Going down the street, more lady. You know, I caught her messing around with another man. Going down the street, more lady. You know, I caught her messing around with another man. That ain't too cool. Hey, Joe. Heard you shot your lady down, shot her down and down. Hey, Joe. Heard you shot your lady down, shot her down and down. Yes, I did, I shot her. You know, I caught my lady messing around town. Yes, I did, I shot her. You know, I caught my lady messing around town. I gave her the gun, I shot her. All right, Jimmy's version of Hey Joe, the famous one that went to #1 over in Britain. That was actually written by a guy from my home state of South Carolina named Billy Roberts. He was from Greenville. Floppy just says, good vocals, man. Appreciate that. Oh, I got a super chat here. And Pappardillion sends me another 25 of those, what are they called? Neurons? Thank you very much for that, though. I appreciate that a whole lot, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. You know, if y'all feel like showing me some love, go down to that $sign below the chat there and send me some super chat love. I don't put ads on these live streams. I'm just kind of sitting here busking and stuff. Kind of what keeps the show going. All right, let's see here. James says, I think some absinthe is 220% alcohol, too strong for me. I don't think 220 is possible. Shit. Ron says, that was great. Appreciate that.
Have to water it down, James. Yeah, well, the absinthe normally is watered down, like, you know, you just, like pour ice water into it. Ron says 220. Wow, yeah, 220% alcohol. That would definitely fuck you up. I don't think that's possible. Steve says 220 is impossible. My canned is 156 proof, 76% alcohol. Ron says, how exactly does that happen? Floppy Disk says, what kind of beer are you sipping now? Looks dark. It's a Smithwick's Red Ale. It's an Irish Red Ale. I don't pour the rest in here. Devil's Shoestring says, what kind of amp are you playing through? Sounds great. It's just a little Fender Super Champ X2. About 15 watts or 12.5 watts, something like that. Tube amp. I'm picking it up with the mic. It's right here in front of me, actually. Nothing special going on here. Ron says, yeah, oddly enough, 100% will be the highest. So, yeah. Right. Yeah, I graduated college with honors with math and computer science, and I'm pretty sure you can't have over 100% of anything. Like, at least anything, like, as far as, like, you know, percentage of alcohol. You can have like over 100% like profit on something, you know. Conrad says, now I know who you are. Now I know who you are, man. That's awesome. Hendrix is my hero. Yeah, Hendrix kind of got me started on the electric guitar, like here in Hendrix. Barry Dodd says, hello, chat. Hello, Ed. See, you're keeping it real, man. Sounds good. Roll on Saturday night. James says they water it down from 220. I think you mean it's 120 proof. That's what he might mean. Like absinthe. Floppy Disk says agreed. Nice tone. The absinthe I got's about 120 proof, which is about 60% alcohol. Ron says they didn't teach you about the fourth dimensional either, I bet. Maybe that's how those percents work, like in the fourth dimension. They taught us calculus in 3 dimensions. I had to learn the 4-dimensional crap myself. That's more like graduate level stuff. James Laura says it's 50% alcohol, 50% licorice, and 50% water. Cosmic Sunbeam says this is the last day of January. It's a hell of a last day of January, too. Like, snowing like hell here. Ron says 150% of a bottle. Let's see what the absinthe has here. It's 62% alcohol, so 124 proof. Stephen Schutte says, digging the Daniel Boone jacket. He's from Missouri, where I'm born and raised before I moved to Colorado. Yeah, that's where he died, wasn't it? About the last place he lived. And Michael Montreux says over 100%. It's like setting the amp setting to 11. Right. James Laura says they raised it from 50%. Ron says the weather has been great down here. Unbelievable, really. Staying around 0 Celsius every day. About 32 Fahrenheit. Yeah, going to be 13 Fahrenheit here tonight. Which is very rare. That might be the coldest temperature I've ever experienced, actually. I think it got down to 14 one year. SD says, who's your manager, Ed? Myself. Ain't got one. I do have people that book for me, like you know, like you're in a band with me, like somebody else is going to get the job of booking. I don't like to go out and book, like have to interact with people and talk to club owners and stuff, you know. I let other people do that. It's usually somebody else's job when I'm in a band. Cause you've seen what a good salesman I am, right? And go up to a club owner like, yeah, I mean, I got like a band and stuff. I guess pretty good, I guess. And yeah, like we play and stuff. All right, well, yeah. See, Ron says the record low here on this day, negative 42. See, I can't even conceive of that, like, because I've never experienced anything like that. I've never experienced anything like 0 below Fahrenheit. Below 0 Fahrenheit, I mean. I don't have any concept of it even being that cold. Fuck. James Laura says the music business can be evil. Yeah, pretty much always been. Yep. SD says I have a Svengali complex, but mainly work with black girls. Alrighty. Mark says, I put my head into a negative 80 freezer. Takes your breath away. God, yeah, that's probably you'd probably die within minutes of being like exposed to that. Like if you were just locked in there, like your whole body and stuff. Negative 80 Celsius. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure that 13 Fahrenheit, what it's going to get to here, I believe that's enough to cause frostbite, like if you're exposed to it too long. What, frostbite? Frostbite. Ron says it'll freeze the balls off a brass monkey. And what is it? What's the temperature in here now? 46 degrees with the space heater running. This place is insulated too. It says, stay inside, my southern friend. Yeah, probably should. Nicholas Montreuil says, may have to send you a parka. Right. Yeah. This jacket works pretty good. My legs are cold. SD says, into the freezer with you. Mark Fixer says, we got the air conditioning on cooling here. Getting 32 Celsius today. I think that's pretty hot in terms of Celsius, isn't it? Yeah, down in Australia, it's fucking the middle of summer down there. Steve says, I got turned on to you from your old original sound on old Pioneer songs like Stack a Lee. I didn't hear you play John Lee Hooker, though. Electric is okay. Let's do some Stack a Lee Hill. Capo. That works. Officer, how can it be? You can rest
everybody but Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Stackley told Billy DeLine, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. When I spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stackley shot Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Oh, Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley.
Michael Montreux sends me Canadian $15. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot, sir. Thank you for your generosity there. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like sending me some love? Go to that $sign there below the chat, and I would appreciate that a whole lot. James says, I used to love to play poker, but I broke even over the years, so why even bother? Yeah, any kind of gambling I ever tried, I sucked at it. James Laura says, once in a while I get a lottery ticket, just on the outside chance I can win millions. Now that math degree like prevents me from buying a lottery ticket. Like, odds are too bad. Conrad says, come over to Europe, man. It's fucking cold. I bet it is right now. So, you know, pretty nice and cold here today. Floppy Disk says, that guitar is taking the light well. Tuners look shiny. New one? No, that's... probably had this guitar about 15 years, 15, 20 years, not sure. My dad, it's belonged to my dad. Up close you can see like some of the wear and tear on it, maybe on camera. I don't know. There's a Martin there. James says, do you still do rattlesnake shots? You have a $20 super chat? I will do a rattlesnake shot of death. That's one bourbon, one scotch, and one hit of fucking French wormwood absinthe. Floppy Disk said, lottery's punishment for people who didn't listen in math class. Right. Yeah, I think I heard that from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right. Ron says, me too, Ed. Math makes you look at life different. Just like a good grasp of physics changed some of my crazy ways. The physics definitely kept me from, you know, wanting to like hang out in high places. I got a healthy fear of heights. James Laura says, I think the orange one is his new one. I've had that a long time. Floppy said it was great. Well said, Ron. Let me restart the chat real quick. Y'all hang on 1 second. It's kind of glitchy here. There we go. There we go. Get the screen set back up here. Okay. Kyle says, I heard acoustic guitars sound better if you play every day for 20 years. I don't know how true that is. I mean, there might be something to the wood aging or something like that. Maybe drying out a little bit. I'm not quite sure. I don't know about playing them every day. Like, you might just have to refret it. It might sound worse if you fucking have worn out frets on it. James Laura says, I still listen to punk rock once in a while. Yeah, I was into punk when I was a teenager, played in punk bands and stuff. SD says, have you ever been to Jax? You mean Jacksonville, Florida? Haven't hung out there. I've been through there, like, just, you know, on the way places. I've driven through it. Ron says, I still listen to old punk and old metal. Oh yeah, I still hit that shit sometimes, especially when I'm drinking, you know. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. James says, like Judas Priest, they're pretty good. No classic metal band there. Ron says, I usually do when I'm feeling pissed off, talking about listening to punk and metal. I can't listen to Cannibal Corpse when I'm riding around in my Jeep. Like, I'll fucking run somebody over like and not know it. Ron says, he means Jacksonville, Florida, I think. SD says, piano fortissimos. They used to have forte pianos back in the day. That's like what early pianos are called. Barry Dawes says, drinking beer out of a glass is classic, man. I put mine in the freezer. You know, when I'm drinking something cool, you know, like this Smithwick's here, I like to put it in a glass and have a look at it, right? And pour it in the glass so it opens it up a little bit. James says, I used to be crazy about blondes, but it doesn't matter much anymore. I was always a brunette guy, brunette or black-haired, you know. Kyle says, these mixed studies with century-old Stradivarius instruments sounding better? Weird. Haven't they tried the experiment, like a blind test on people with Stradivarius violins and nobody could tell the difference? I kind of like that whole like wine sommelier thing, you know. They'd give a blind test to some sommelier and they'd give them like some bullshit wine from the gas station and then they'd give them like some, you know, some crazy Chateau de la blah, 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 blah from France, and they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Like, oh, this fucking, you know, this shit right here has some fucking really nice fucking notes, you know, of floral and earthy notes, and it's like shit from a gas station or something, or out of a box, right? Mr. Cole Elite says 6 Feet Under. Yes, Chris Barnes' band there. SD says, let it roll, baby, roll. Ron says, I shouldn't be allowed to listen to shit like that when I'm driving my big truck. Yeah, no death metal for me, no thrash metal of any kind when I'm riding around in the fucking Jeep, like I'll fucking kill somebody. James Laura says, I tried playing piano, but it's too hard for me. Piano is hard. Like I can play a little bit of piano, but I'm not like a genius at it. I'm a guitar player. Ron says brunettes all the way. Yeah, I like me some brunettes. James says pretty faces are my thing now. I like French fries. Ron says, yeah, that's awesome. For real says bottles matter. They did the same test with bottled water versus tap water. Brian says, what kind of Jeep you drive? Not the cool kind, you know, like with the, you know, the fucking rubber duck kind. I drive a Jeep Grand Cherokee, so it's like just a generic SUV that drinks a lot of damn gas. See if we can tune this thing up here. This weather's like giving me some problems with tuning here. James says, if I win the lottery, I'm going to buy a bottle of Balvenie. Shit, with that kind of money, you know, you might be looking for some like 18-year-old Macallans or some Octomore or something. Shit.
one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Well, one sister jumped up. She began to shout. But you know one thing, baby, glad this corn liquor's going out. Well, another deacon jumped up. Said, why don't you hush? Well, one deacon jumped up. Why don't you hush? Said, you know you drinks corn liquor, baby. Your wine's a horrible scourge. Well, I was in the pulpit. I was jumping up and down. Well, I was in the pulpit, baby. I was jumping up and down. Well, my sister's in the corner, crying Alabama bound. I wish I had heaven of my own. I wish I had heaven of my own. You know, I'd give all my good women, baby, a good old happy home.
Already. Son House. Named Eddie's Son House, or Eddie House. So almost the same name as me. Let's see, Ron says he liked the bottle as much as his old man did. On that Sun House or me. SD says the sunlight's in my eyes. He said, deadly brother, appreciate that very much. Steve says, does Sun House have a steel or wood guitar? Look like the one you're playing. I think he was playing like an old metal National Resonator, which is an old one. Like when they found him in the 60s, like they gave him one. It was an old one from the 30s, I think. I'm not sure what he was playing on the records. James Law says, I eat fried food sometimes. Mark says, I love Sun House. Conrad says, without Sun House, we wouldn't have modern rock music. I mean, yeah, in a big way. I mean, without those fucking Delta guys, you know, like rock would definitely be missing a lot. For Real Fun says, we got no temp here, but you're playing Keep Us Warm by the Fire. Ron says, Sun House. Yes, steel resonator back then as well. SD says, a pair of ragged claws I am. So he was playing a steel resonator on the old records too? Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Dr. Pop says, evening all, 3 a.m. here. I had a random YouTube video pop up on my recommendations. Johnny Winter. Never heard of him before. Should I look further into him? Yeah, he's a very good blues guitarist. He had a twin brother named Edgar Winter. You probably heard the song Frankenstein before. They were both albinos, but yeah, Johnny Winter was a blues guy. Ron says, at least we got cock rock and pop in modern times. Yeah. Hell, that's pretty dead now. Shit. Taylor says, I hopped up off that nag and busted my back today, bud. Now I got a crick in my back. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've been getting those every now and then lately. Blues Rocker says, free ride. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Edgar Winter played free ride. Ron leaves a link to my PayPal there. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if y'all send me some love on PayPal or through the super chats on here with the $sign at the bottom of the chat there. I don't put ads on these. I just sit here and kind of busk for these live things. So if y'all feel like showing me some love, I would appreciate that a whole lot. James says, I got to see Johnny Winter and he didn't even make one mistake. SD says, Ed's Black Irish. Stephen Schutte says, Sunhouse was true bluesman. Ron says, my back is pretty much fucked. My mind goes out every now and then. Ron says, I'll tell you guys, you break your spine one time and it's just not the same. Oh shit, yeah, I bet. Howard says, sent you a tip via PayPal, $20. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot there, DB Howard. Thank you for your generosity. James Laura says, back problems are the worst. Blues Rocker says, I think Johnny Winter mostly played blues covers, didn't he? Yeah, he did a lot of blues music. He probably wrote some stuff too, I think, didn't he? Yeah. I'm not an expert on him. Like, I've heard his stuff. You know, he's a really good blues guitarist. I think his brother got most of the attention as like a classic rock guy. But Ron says, I only did it once. Valterlin DeMello says, Meantown Blues, Woodstock. Stephen Schutte says, Sunhouse struggled with God and alcohol. He pretty much did, yep. Ron says, in two places, so did his father. Yeah, Sunhouse was kind of a retread of his dad. Like his dad was a preacher and he drank a lot and all kind of shit, you know. James Laura says, I broke my back 30 years ago. It took 20 years to be pain-free. Stoned Abbott says, Edgar Winter did a really weird Scientology album. He was a Scientologist? Shit. Is Edgar Winter alive? I know Johnny Winter's dead. SD says, I'll raise you Lazarus motherfucking spake Jesus. Ron says, Scientology, the modern cult. Yeah, that's like fascinating. Like how Scientology got started. Like Harlan Ellison said that he was talking to L. Ron Hubbard one time. Like, he's another science fiction writer, right? And L. Ron Hubbard said, "You know where the money's at? Starting a religion, right?" That's what Harlan Ellison said. Let's see, Stone Abbott says, Edgar is still with us. Oh, okay. Edgar Winter is still with us. Dr. Pop says, Scientology, whoa, L. Ron Hubbard shite. Right. He's like a bad pulp science fiction writer and wrote a bad pulp science fiction religion. Blues Rocker says, Johnny Winter and Buddy Guy played similarly, meaning neither of them bended the note to a true pitch. Very hard for me to play. I always want to bend to a pitch. Yeah, that's the blue notes, you know. It's the notes that ain't on the piano and shit, right? Nickel Von Troll says, Harlan Ellison's still alive? No, he's dead. Yeah, he died a few years ago. Have no mouth, yet I must scream. That's fucking Harlan Ellison. Ron says, he was right. James Laura says, listen to Jimmy's albums. They're amazing. Yeah, they've got some good stuff. Steve says, Edgar just done a Johnny tribute album with guests. Oh, that's cool. Shit. Ron Swanson says he knew how to get people's money. Talking about L. Ron Hubbard. Yep. Let's see, Conrad says, didn't Zeppelin pinch a lot of links from Son House and them old blues guys? Oh yeah, yeah. Especially like the early albums, you can hear like they did some blues covers on the early albums, I believe. Yeah. Like, You Shook Me and stuff. They lifted some riffs like Wholesale and stuff. They had How Many More Times? There was a song called How Many More Years by Howlin Wolf, right? Dr. Pop says Led Zeppelin stole a lot. Oh yeah, they did a lot of lifting. Blues Rocker says Robert Belfort played some great tunes, but he couldn't tune a guitar to save his life. James Laura says, when I don't feel like cooking, I make a baked potato. Ron says blues influenced Led Zeppelin and AC/DC more than people know. Yeah, very blues bands. I mean, blues influenced bands, especially like all of Angus Young's leads basically blues based, right? Blues Rocker says Zeppelin recorded a total of 26 covers. Damn, I didn't know they did that many. Damn. For Real Fun says Angry Candy is a great short book by Harlan. So good. Have to check that out. It's all short stories. Steve says, let's see, Johnson pinched from Son House as well. Oh yeah. Hey, he took some Skip James stuff too, and from Kokomo Arnold. James Laura says Black Sabbath too. Yeah, they're pretty much blues based. All them old blues guys, all those Delta guys, like they pretty much borrowed from each other and shit. Dr. Pop says, don't get me wrong, I like Led Zeppelin, but they should have credited the original writers. Yeah. That's back when things were a little bit more Wild West as far as like people having their shit copyrighted and stuff like that. Ron says, emulation, a true sign of flattery. Even the old blues guys were borrowing from those before them. Yeah, that's true. Stone Abbott says, was outside Sabbath's last show. Couldn't get tickets, but still showed up for the vibe. R.I.P. to Ozzy. Are you talking about like that show they did a week before he died? Yeah, that's pretty damn cool. Damn. Crazy. I never got a chance to see him. Like, they used to come to Atlanta, or Ozzy would, and sometimes he would bring Black Sabbath with him, like to Ozfest and stuff. I never got to go. Stone Evans says, yes, the last show at Villa Park. Yeah. Dora says, speaking of rock, could you do Spoonful, one of my favorites of yours? All right. I'll do some Spoonful. Barry Dodd says, I like some of the Cry I Love Peace Pipe. That's one I'd have to learn there. James says, I got to see him when he could still stand. Let's talk about Ozzy. Jody says, nice friend, sure did. He has my Indian jacket here. Thank you very much. Blues Rocker says, saw Sabbath back in 92 with Dio. Cool shit. Let's do a little bit of Spoonful here. I think I want a capo on this one.
Spoonful of gold, just a little spoon of your precious love, satisfy my soul. Many lies about us, Some of them cries about her. Some of them dies about her. Everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that spoon that spoonful. Spoon that spoon that spoonful. Spoon that spoonful. Everything fighting about the spoonful. A spoonful of coffee, could be a spoonful of tea, just a little spoon of your precious love, gratified by me. How many lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that spoon that spoonful. Spoon that spoon that spoonful. Spoon that spoon that spoonful. For everything fighting about the spoonful. It could be a spoonful of water, save you from the desert sand. Just a little spoon of that 45, save you from another man. Man lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. Everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Well, everything fighting about the spoonful.
That's one that Willie Dixon wrote right there, and good old Howlin Wolf played it, and then Cream covered it with Eric Clapton. Loosely based on a Charlie Patton song called Spoonful of Blues. Ron says shot. All right, we'll do one. Dr. Pop says, let's see, saw Ozzy at Notting Rock City in '93. Fear Factory support. Only band with bass so heavy it made my nostrils vibrate. Shit. Barry says, Ed should have one of his buddies come over and tap on the drums. I had a drummer here one time. I think I smoked him out like smoking cigarettes. Let's see, I had a drummer and a bass player down here. Ron says, sick. Wow, appreciate that. All right, let's do a shot here. What do we have? Okay. We'll do a shootout between rum and scotch. We got the Pusser's rum, the British Navy rum, and we got the Dewar's White Label scotch. So y'all tell me rum or scotch. One of these two here. Put them votes in the chat there. Conrad says, I was there, man, Villa Park, awesome. But my first Sabbath gig was 1980 with Dio, Heaven and Hell tour. I never got to see Ozzy or Sabbath. My dad saw Ozzy back in the 80s. He said he was fat back then and had blonde hair. And there was about 800 people there. like they didn't know much about metal around here back in those days. There were like not that many metal heads in the early 80s, I guess. And fucking like, yeah, it said that like 800 people showed up. Blues Rocker says, Scotch. Ron says, AC/DC live rattles your brain and shakes your tackle. Right? Yeah, I saw AC/DC back in the 90s, about 96 or so. Yeah, I think I got brain damage from that fucking concert. Ron says, Scotch. Let's see, Val Terlin DeMelo says, Scotch. All right, we'll do some Scotch. Elvino Movie says, banjo. Might play a little bit of banjo. All right. Where is the shot glass? The patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Available below in the Etsy shop. Alright, here we go. Blues Rocker says, saw Wasp on their debut album tour. They warmed up for Kiss. The lead guitar playing by those guys was amazing. Fucking Wasp. Now that is some straight up cock rock. Though I kind of liked Wasp though, like because they had like really obscene shit like "fuck like a beast" and stuff. Like my first band I ever saw live was a cock rock band. It was fucking the Damn Yankees. Can you take me high enough? Ron says, but the best is the best. It was the best way I ever lost brain cells. Yeah. See, an AC/DC. Yep. My ears rang for 3 days after I saw them. Blues Rocker says, stop liking them after the second album. Talking about Wasp. Ron says, anyone planning a concert trip? I think after seeing Metallica, that was the last big person still alive I wanted to see. The last big band. I'm not planning anything major. Like if somebody I like comes locally to town, you know, in a little place, I'll go see him. But my career of going to like huge goddamn, you know, 30,000-40,000 people concerts, like I think I've had enough of that shit. Like it is like a lot of bullshit to have to go through, like to see somebody from like 10 miles away. Anyway, let's do this shot here. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pai, Prost, Skull, Slantia, Nostrovia, all that good stuff right down the hatch. Yeah, like to see anybody really big these days, it costs $100 a seat. If you're lucky, you might get that into fucking nosebleeds. You're gonna be 10 miles from them. You know, you got to put up with, you know, people like fucking right next to you. You know, I mean, they really squash people together in some of those arenas and football stadiums. Like when I saw Alice Cooper, it was about last year, yeah, last January. Like, I mean, I had some woman's head like right between my damn legs. Like she could have fucking turned around and sucked me off if she wanted to. And yeah, I just I don't think the big concerts are as fun as they used to be. But you know, if somebody comes to a local theater, the Bell Auditorium or something like that, I'll go see them. Cooper comes back, I'll go see Alice. You know. Conrad says, I'm on the Irish whiskey, Jameson's and Kahlua and Bailey's over ice. Blues Rocker says, I've had enough of concerts too. I do enjoy a good cover band, but have not saw one of those in years. Dr. Pop says, weirdest gig I went to was the Trogs back in 91 in Hull. Nice venue, sit-down tables full of middle-aged women swooning over a ridge, and loved it. The Trogs, that's a fucking wild thing, isn't it? Like, yeah, the old band from the 60s. James Laura says, something, Augmendu, it must be Gaelic or something? Augmendu Corpsural Jamesons. Blues Rocker says, a lot of concerts are just pre-recorded tracks. It's pretty sad. Yeah, they're all using like, basically like a very canned to show this run from a laptop, playing a bunch of backing tracks. You know, the laptop like runs the fucking light show. It plays the backing tracks and gives them a click track in their ear to play to. They're all playing the click tracks now. Stuff. A lot of fucking pre-recorded parts too. Like, you know, I can't sing this part every night. Like, just throw it in there. Like, you know, that line. Throw that line in there, and I'll lip sync to it. Right. So, yeah, a lot of fucking fakery going on at major concerts. It's not really rock and roll now. It's too controlled. Michael Montreux says, saw Iron Maiden 2 years ago, $230, just below the nosebleed section. Ow, god damn. Shit. If you see them fucking in-ear monitors on somebody, man, beware. Like, can't trust them. They're probably faking the fuck out of it. Ron says, just have no fucking money to spend on that shit either. Yeah, so fucking expensive. Let's see, so my first concert, the tickets cost about $10. That was the damn Yankees in the early 90s. You know, I was a kid, like my dad took me. AC/DC cost about $40 to go see them in the 90s. Now it's like, I was going to go see Paul McCartney and I looked up the fucking tickets, like $230 in the fucking nosebleed seats. Like, nope. Seen him once, fuck it, you know. James Lawrence says, I've already did my share of concerts. He says, I made it up. DB Howard says, you ever heard the song Rum is the Reason by Toby Keith? No, Toby Keith, not somebody I listen to a whole lot. Me and him have some history going back to the Bush era. Well, I mean, you know, he doesn't know it, but you know, I fucking couldn't stand him. But let me see. James Laura says, if the Beatles had a concert now, I'd go to that. Yeah, I mean, I'd pay to see the Beatles. Like, you know, they're all half dead now. Like, half of them are dead. Blues Rocker says, did the damn Yankees play Stranglehold? Nugent played, if I remember right, I was a kid. I know he played Free for All, and he played, I think he played Cat Scratch Fever. I'm not sure if he played Stranglehold or not. For Real Fun says, I went to hear bands that don't play live. My sound system is good, and my couch is comfy, and the fridge is full. You know, going to a rock concert used to kind of be an experience, but back when they were, you know, weren't fucking controlled by a laptop and stuff. Like, yeah, there's too many damn people though. Ron says, not me. JB Howard, modern country sickens me. Lonesome Stranger says they're supposed to start regulating ticket prices. That would be cool. Ron says they're practicing with 3 bands right now. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I got 3 bands going on. For Real says, let's see, you got Make Me Want To There, Live, Why Bother. James Laura says, I'd pay up to $100 to see the Beatles. You'd be paying more than that. It's $200 to see Paul McCartney in the shitty seats. James says, everyone used to smoke dope at concerts. Yep. Yeah, I'd always smell pot when I'd go to a concert. DB says, I'm 75 years old. I saw Hendrix when I was 18. That's pretty fucking awesome. I have had a few people come in here and say they saw Hendrix. We had another girl named Sandra said she saw him back in 1968. That is awesome. Kind of rare, you know, he was only around for like a few years. Ron says, must be a hell of a handful, man. But yeah, Toby Keith, back in the day, you know, he had that, we'll put a boot in your ass, when they got that fucking war like all vamped up and stuff, you know. And and he had that red Solo cup. Just couldn't get into him. Steve says, I like one guy singing the same blues they wrote 100 years ago. It's the same blues story now. It's about how you interpret the lyrics. And For Real Fun says, that weed is kicking in. Typos like a motherfucker. James Laura says, I got to see Ringo live once. That's pretty cool. I never got to see Ringo. Saw Paul. Conrad says, how much are gig tickets now in the U.S. and Europe? It's getting so expensive. They're outrageous. Let me see. It's about $100 a piece to see Metallica in the nosebleeds at a football stadium. They wanted $200 in the nosebleeds to see Paul McCartney. You know, yeah, pretty crazy. It's just not. It's not following inflation either. It's way more expensive than it should be. Like if you follow inflation and you look at ticket prices, like, you know, decades ago. Ron says, in British Columbia, it's legalized. AC/DC was high from secondhand toke for sure. I was. Blues Rocker says, Spanish Castle Magic from Woodstock. Mitch Mitchell killed those drums. What a drummer. Yeah, he was a wild, like, kind of jazz drummer, you know, kind of played like Elvin Jones. Valterland DeMello says, Hendrix, Villanova Junction. I remember that? Let me see. Yeah, he played that at Woodstock. Yeah, that's Villanova Junction, right? You kind of close the Woodstock show with it.
Purple haze all in my brain. Lately things don't seem the same. Acting funny, but I don't know why. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Purple haze all around. Don't know if I'm coming up or down. Am I happy or in misery? Whatever it is, that girl put a spell on me. Help me. Help me. Purple haze all in my eyes. Don't know if it's day or night. You got me blowing on my mind. Is it tomorrow or just the end of time? Tell me. Tell me. Anyway,
little bit of Jimmy there, like Woodstock style. Antonio says, "Grandissimo, amigo mio. Gracias, senor." Let's see. DeMelo says, "Very good. Appreciate that a lot." Ordway says, "The Grateful Dead sound engineers figured out how to control a standing wave and hit the audience with a sweep. Drove the ladies to orgasm just from the sound." Damn. Dr. Pop says, "I just remembered my dad telling me he went to see the Trogs in Leeds, hitching a lift, and a van pulled up, and it was the Trogs. And they gave him a signed copy of Wild Thing. He lost it, the silly sod. Oh, shit, damn. Should have kept that. That might have been worth something." Ron says, "Sick, Ed made me see through time." Appreciate that. Antonio says, magic fingers. Thank you very much. Ron says, that was fucking crazy, Ed. Thank you very much. Ordway says, I'm in and out of the chat, ears on while I tend to my fire. Yeah, I need a fire down here, man. It's going to be 13 degrees Fahrenheit. See, DeMello says, great guitarist is you. Thank you very much. Josiah says, you ever do live shows? Yeah, I play all over the place, like we're, you know, Georgia, South Carolina, mostly like around the southeast and stuff. But y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside, take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. My fly back up? Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Dr. Pop says, what's 13 Fahrenheit in Celsius? Ooh, shit, I'm not even sure. It's well below zero. Blues Rocker says 20 Fahrenheit in Northwest Indiana, but has stayed in the single digits at night for the next month probably. Oh shit. Yeah, we rarely get a temperature like 13 degrees down here. That's a kind of a very rare thing, maybe like a couple nights a year. Nichols says around negative 10 C. Blues Rocker says negative 6 C equal to 20 Fahrenheit. Dr. Pop says minus 10. Damn, that's cold. Yeah. Yeah, it's like frostbite cold. Ron says, let's see, Canadian $6.99 in a super chat. He says, how about a shot and some Blind Willie Johnson? I don't really know no Blind Willie. I have to learn some of his stuff. I mean, but I will do a shot. I've been meaning to learn Motherless Children. Let's see. Go something, I don't know the words to it, but thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a whole lot. Super chats are the life of the show. It's a Motherless Children. I forgot how it goes. I gotta learn the words and shit. Gospel music he did, you know. Barry Dodd says, nobody finger bangs on the guitar anymore. What's that South Park song? Gonna finger bang bang you into my life. Ron says, Dark Was the Night is a good one. That's a pretty good one. For real says, fun fact, 40C and 40F are the same temp. Negative 40C. Shit. Ron says, nobody's fault but mine's favorite one of his. Did he ever do You Gotta Move? Sounds like the type of guy that would do that one. But yeah, sorry I don't know no Blind Willie Johnson all the way through, man. Thank you for that super chat there. We will do a shot. The Stoned Abbott says, God Moves on the Water is my favorite Blind Willie Johnson song. It's about the Titanic. Big boat nerd. Oh, I didn't know he wrote one about the Titanic. Damn. Ordway says, this past Monday, -18, -40 with the wind up here in the Maine woods. Ow, god damn. Conrad says, awesome guitar player, man. Enjoy the show. Appreciate that. Let's do us a shot here. Alrighty. We got the Pusser's British Navy rum, and we got the what's this here, the Bushmills, original Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me which one, Irish or rum. Dr. Pop says, didn't Arlo sing, spoke something about the coldest winter since? It didn't feel so cold then. Alice's Restaurant. That's got so many words to it, I don't remember what he was singing about. They play it like once a year here on Thanksgiving. For some weird reason, it's become a Thanksgiving song. They play it on the radio like every year. Ron says, he never did that I know of, but you're right, it does sound like a guy that would. The Stoned Abbott says, yeah, he gets the captain's name wrong in the lyrics. He calls Captain Edward J. Smith A.G. Smith. Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the captain of the Titanic. Yeah, his name was Edward, yeah. Us Edwards, we're famous for our competence and stuff, Ron says, oh, that's cool, Ed. Thanks for playing a few licks. And, let's see, we got a vote for Irish, vote for rum. Most of the votes are for rum. Guess we'll do some rum. Blues Rocker says, really enjoy your Hill Stomp blues because you play it in tune. Right. Old Belfour. Bunch of votes for rum. James says, does the rum have wormwood in it? No, that's absinthe. Conrad says, stick on the whiskey man. Let's see, DeMelo says, you playing Dust My Broom is pretty cool. Might do some Dust My Broom. Ron says, Ed's Hill Stomp's good. I'd always play a little when he does. Alright, let's do some rum. The rum one. So, apparently, when the British Navy stopped rationing rum to sailors, this company here got a hold of the recipe and they make it the way the British Navy used to make it. Pretty good stuff to be as cheap as it is too. Like it's like $25 a bottle. It's got like a kind of a caramel and bananas type of taste. It's kind of like bananas Foster almost. It's called a Pusser's. I guess that's how you say it. Original Admiralty rum. Alright, here we go. Cheers. L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, Slancha, Nozdrovia, and right down the hatch. Woohoo! To the Hill Stomp, we'll do some Dust My Broom. Actually, I'll do Dust My Broom first because my guitar is tuned to that. And we'll retune.
Dust My Broom, the Delta Blues. Here we go. Soon in the morning, I believe I'll dust my broom. I'm getting up soon in the morning, I believe I'll dust my broom. With the best gal I'm loving, now my friend to get my broom. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. The best gal I'm loving, she must be in West Memphis, I know. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. She's a no good don't have, shouldn't allow her on the streets. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. With the best gal I'm loving, broke up my happy home. We got a retune for the Hill Stomp. Some hill country style blues from northern Mississippi by Robert Belfour. Let's tune for that. Sporty Otter Pops in the house. What's up? Conrad says that without Elmore James, we wouldn't have the Rolling Stones. That might be true. Sporty says, Ed, looking backwoodsy. Yeah, by necessity, it's cold as shit here. Blues Rocker says, open G for Hill Stomp. That's right. Floppy Disc says, gentlemen, I got to go for now. It's been a pleasure hanging out with y'all. Thanks for busking for us. Until next time. All right, we'll see you later, man. You have a good one.
country style blues. There's actually two kinds of blues from Mississippi. You got the you got the Delta blues and you got the hill country blues. Slightly different sounds. 40 says Piedmont. We'll do some Piedmont. All right. Drop these shit. Let's do some Blind Boy Fuller, some Piedmont blues from North Carolina. Here we go. Ragtime type stuff. Got a little girl, she a little low. Used to love me, but she don't no more. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step up and go. Got a little girl, she lives upstairs. Makes a living by putting on airs. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step up and go. Give a little bit and she took it all. Got to step up and go. Ooh, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step up and go. Me and my baby walking down the street, telling everybody but the cheap police. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step up and go. Sing this verse, ain't gonna sing no more. Hear my gal call me and I got to go. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step up and go. Blinds pulled down, what you gonna do? Doors took two and a two. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go. Fuck that last line up. Front door shut, back door too, blinds pulled down, what you gonna do? Okay. Damn it. I think it's Blind Boy Fuller's best song, Ron says. For real says, toe tapping, knees slapping, good time. And she says, indeed. Step through the door, huzzah. Huzzah, that's what he used to say, like, 100 years ago, you know, huzzah. It's just, huzzah, Edward. Thank you very much. Can you answer a question for me, Sporty? I've got a bottle of Doppelbock Dunkel here, and it's got German written on it. And I don't know what it says. But I can pronounce it, though. I took German in college. It says, Genuss für Lieb und Seele. Leib, yeah. Genuss für Leib und Seele. What the fuck does that mean? So Ron says, yes, James, he was one who followed in the footsteps more or less of Blind Blake. Yeah, all them Piedmont guys did. Dr. Pop says, it's 4 a.m. At my age, I should know better. Shit, I'm in my 40s and I'm still staying up till 2 in the morning and shit. Eric says, great beer. Yes, let's see. Andex Kloster. Yeah. Fucking dark German beer, Doppelbock. Ordway says, I need to get another egg shaker or two. It would be a good light workout for the upper body. Playing along with him. Ed's 3 to 5 hour workout, right? Says DeMello says, great, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Green Acres? Let me see. Can I do it? With some practice, I could do it. Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that countryside. The Green Acres has a special place in my heart. It's just like probably my favorite sitcom of all time. Maybe a toss-up between that and Sanford and Son, because the humor on Green Acres was about as close as Americans ever got to being like Monty Python type shit. It was very absurdist. Monty Python was like a little more out there, but it was kind of close to it. It was like it was kind of close to British humor. Fucking Green Acres was really absurd shit. And I have a thing for 60s TV shows too. Ron says, I think it was made to cheat fast by monks. Talking about Doppelbock, the whole liquid bread thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might be. Yeah, monks used to make a lot of beer. They still do. Like those Belgian Trappist ales. They're made by monks. For real says the German roughly translates to pleasure for body and soul. Okay, so yeah, on this bottle here, Genuss für Leib und Seele. Conrad says Dunkel's a German winter beer. Yeah, anything dark like that, like usually cold weather type stuff. SD says the Gabbers. Oh my God. Ron says, I know brand means Doppelbock or double strength. Yeah. Yeah. Like it's kind of a cold weather, kind of heavy, dark beer. But I think Paulner Salvatore has the best Doppelbock. Blues Rocker says, I love Lucy. 50s, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the 50s, yeah. Eric says, I love, live yeast German beer is good. Talk about, like, little Hefeweizen, yeah. Ron says, that's all I know. Dr. Pop says, Steptoe and Son. That's right. Sanford and Son, The whole concept for that was originally a British TV show. SD says Buddy Epsom. Yeah, he was that was Jed Clampett. Yep. Ron says, who was that, Ed? What you referring to there? You know, on, talking about the brewery, like the brand here, it's called Kloster Andex. Like here it is on the camera. Like, see if I can't get a good shot of it. But yeah, Kloster Andex. Ron says, "Is that the show you watched when you were a kid with your dad?" Talking about fucking Green Acres. Yeah, we watched that a lot. Yeah, one of the funniest fucking shows ever. Like the best show of the '60s by far. DeMelo says, "You got to move. Best song of slide guitar." Might play that in just a minute. James Laura says, "Everything I eat tastes like metal." Dr. Pop says, Harry H. Corbett and Will Bramble, Steptoe and Son, better than the U.S. version, no offense. See, I never saw the British version. Ordway says, how many were lucky enough to get the Little Rascals growing up? We got them every weekday afternoon from Canada. They used to show some reruns of that when I was a kid. Like, I mean, you know, stuff like old. It was like from the 30s or something like that. But, you know, I got to see some of it. Blues Rocker says, "Know any Mahogany Rush?" Not really. I mean, I do listen to Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush. I don't know no one all the way through except his Hendrix covers, of course. It's like hearing him play Purple Haze live. What made me buy an SG, actually, Frank Marino. Ron says, "Oh, thanks. I'll check that beer out." I like Mr. Ed, no pun intended. Yeah, they used to show Mr. Ed on Nick at Night, like when I was growing up. An old 50s or 60s show. Blues Rocker said, "Frank's a badass guitar player for sure." Yeah, I bought the one he had with the the old 60s whammy bar on it. Do some let's see, "You Gotta Move" by well, nobody knows who wrote it, but we're going to do Mississippi Fred McDowell's version, Hill Country Song. James Laura says, "Petticoat Junction." Yeah, we used to watch that all the time, too. By the way, if y'all feel like showing me some love, go to that dollar sign down there below the chat box and send me some super chat love. I would love that a lot. I don't put ads on these live streams. I'm just kind of busking here taking tips. So send me a tip if you want to. Mark says, "Touch me there again, Wilbur." Like a Mr. Ed reference. All right. It's an old one here. You got to move, you got to move, you got to move, child, you got to move. In the lawn, get ready, you got to move. You might be high, you might be low.
might be rich, child, you might be poor, but in the Lord getting ready, you got to move. See that woman walking down the street. See that policeman out on his beat. And the Lord getting ready. You got to move. You got to move. You got to move. You got to move, child. You got to move. And the Lord getting ready. You got to move.
That's the Mississippi Fred McDowell version of You Gotta Move. Ordway says, I've got all them still sealed on VHS. I got them before Cosby bought the rights and stopped distribution. Cosby, America's Father. What show? Barry Dodd says, good times, old J.J. Walker. James Laura says, I think Keith Richards wrote this one. Nope. The Stones played it, though. Mark says, this is the song cows sing when they get the blues. You got to move. You got to move, right? Dr. Pop says, here in the UK, we had the old black and white TV shows playing in my youth. I loved them. Lucy, Hillbillies, Mr. Ed, Adams, Car 54, Monsters. Okay, so they syndicated those shows over there. Also loved Kids in the Hall, Canadians Pinching Your Face. Right, yeah. Kids in the Hall were one of the best comedy shows ever. Like, probably a second to Monty Python as far as sketch comedies. I used to watch that back in the 90s. Ron says, I know it was an old gospel song before Fred recorded it. That's true. Yeah, it was an old spiritual tune. Ron says, there was a record by the Willing Four, 1944. Yeah, I don't know who got the first record on it. Ordway says, Little Rascals. Oh, okay. That's why I haven't seen that lately. Like, I guess fucking like Bill Cosby must have bought all the rights to it and stopped distributing the show. Distributing the show. Fuck, can't talk. For Real says Aerosmith did a version of it as well. James Laura says inflation is terrible. Conrad says you gotta move. What a great song. Who played the slide on the Stones version? Taylor or Keith? I'm not even sure. I'm a Beatles guy, you know. But Ron says that might be the first. From 1944. Let me ask y'all a question here. What if I open up like a $1 tier on Patreon and I started doing like live chats over there, like for patrons and stuff, like after these shows, like doing like kind of an after show on Patreon? Would y'all sign up for that? I got a $5 and a $10 tier right now. Like if I open up a $1 tier, it made that just for, you know, doing after shows. We have done like a couple of live streams over on Patreon, like just kind of testing it out, testing the waters. I can't get my good camera to work over there right now. Like I've been using the crappy camera, but working on it. James Laura says maybe in a month or two. You're already a patron. Like, he says, is Cosby still dead? No, Cosby's alive, I believe, right? Bill Cosby? Yeah. Ron says, make it a few bucks. Yeah, 2 or 3, maybe. He says, yeah. DeMelo says, B.B. King, blues man. I need to learn guitar. Beautiful song. B.B. plays with the soul. Not sure if I know that particular song, like lyrically and all that good stuff. Might not be on here too much longer. Like my upper body is fine. My lower body, like my legs, are like freezing off right now. It's 47 in here right now. That's not too bad. Yeah. Ordway says, sounds good. Might be able to get it to broadcast to my big screen TV if I can work on it. James Laura says, blues ain't that easy like people say. Ron says, I think the show it was was the Willing Four, maybe, and the band was the Dixie Hummingbirds. The memory's not great anymore. Are you talking about Got to Move? Real Fun says, Long Johns. I've actually got on a pair, believe it or not. Yeah, Long Johns. Like here, you find them in the hunting section at Walmart. Eric says, try it maybe for half your current lowest tier. See how it works out. Don't cut yourself too thin too soon, though. Ron says, you got to move. I mean, yeah. Okay, you have to look that up. You have to look up the history of that song. James says, Eric Gales is pretty good. Ordway says, watch on the big screen and listen and chat on my phone. James says, I'm freezing here. It's pretty cold out there. Dr. Pop says, do you want to play any other TV theme tunes other than Batman? Let's see if I know any. Shit. Is there one I can think of that I know? Oh yeah, Ordway says Jed. Right. The Flat and Scruggs version of it. Yeah. Beverly Hillbillies. See what it sounds like here. It's cold as hell. Listen to my story about a man named Jed. Per mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up to the ground come a bubbling pool. Oh, that is black gold, Texas tea. First thing you know, Jed's a millionaire. Ken folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place you ought to be, so he loaded up the truck and he moved Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools, movie stars. Eric says, I like Eric Gale's tribute album to his brother. Would get my vote for Blues Album of the Year. I haven't heard that one. Have to look it up. James Laura says, Jethro used to eat a giant bowl of cornflakes.
When you ride a little train that's going down the track at the junction, Petticoat Junction, forget about your cares. Time to relax at the junction. Petticoat Junction, what's the girl you get? Even more when you get to the junction. Petticoat Junction.
Another TV show. Ron says, what was that at the end? Cool. I'm not even sure what I did. Let's see. James Laura says, Granny smoked weed. Steve says, had to play dueling banjos now. Okay. All right. Dr. Pop says, bloody brilliant. Appreciate that. Ron says, hell yeah. Dr. Pop says, rawhide, a la Blues Brothers. Eric says, that's 8 songs from the album. Fucked up a little bit there. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Guitar player attempting to play banjo. Ordway says, I wish I was invited to the cement pond. Always had my neighbor's version of Ellie over there when I hit the pond. I remember when they had Rock Hudson on there, and Ellie Mae was like trying to get with Rock Hudson, you know, and I'm thinking like, I don't know if that's gonna work, you know. Real Fun says it's gonna be tricky. See, Eric says, man, you said you couldn't play that banjo. Sounds damn good to me. Well, appreciate it. Appreciate it. They had Sharon Tate on there one time too, like got killed in the Manson murders, you know. See, James Laura says, I met Sharon Tate when I was 5 years old at the movies. Damn. That's wild. Let's see. What we got here? Got no more beer. Shit. We'll drop in there. Ron says, sounding good, brother. Appreciate that. Says you need a brew. Yeah, I might grab me a Guinness over here. Okay. We got some Guinness Extra Stout, the good Guinness. More flavor than the fucking Guinness Draft. And I got the Guinness fucking bottle opener here. James Laura said, no more beer. I got some. Ron says, cream stout. I wish they still had that Sam Adams cream stout. I can't find it anymore. Dr. Pop says, strange brew. Cream song. I don't know if I can play it. Strange brew, kill what's inside of you. Stoned Abbott says, Ed, have you heard Cold Beer by There I Ruined It? I never heard that one. Ron says, that's us, Dr. Pop. Real fun, for real fun says, gonna fly like a beagle and pee on a tree. What a bit of creative interpretation of Steve Miller lyrics there, I think. See if I can copy this this link here. Oh, here it is. Let's give it a listen.
The way you see an idea in your mind
Ads.
and shape it into something that
Cold beer, 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 with a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer. I love cold beer, cold beer, with a nice cold beer.
Sounds like a modern country song. And let's see, it's viral song created by the creators of There I Ruined It. Is that an AI song? Let's see. I think it is. Yeah, I believe it's AI shit. Damn. It sounds like what they're writing in Nashville these days, so, you know. I've seen Sam Adams Cream Stout. Stout for years. Ron says, I think they must have discontinued it or something. I don't know. I wish they still sold it. James Laura says, I can't believe no rattlesnake shot tonight. With, you know, $20 super chat, we'll do a rattlesnake shot of doom. You know, that's one bourbon, one scotch, and one hit of fucking absinthe. Steve says, have you seen the Leadbelly movie? I wasn't really paying attention until I saw a BLJ trying to shank him. Damn. Yeah, I didn't get to see the movie. I'd have to check it out. Eric says, cold beer song, what's not to love? Stoned Abbott says, no, it's made from samples of modern country songs. Oh, okay, it's not so it's just like a bunch of samples. Okay, that's why they had the tracks laid out there with the, yeah, okay. I saw that in the video where they had like multiple tracks lined up. It does sound like, you know, a modern country song. Ron says the Patreon link for Ed's proposed after show. Yeah, that's where I go to do Patreon. Like where I go to do Patreon. I have a Patreon account. Like if y'all want to sign up and join up with that and get some exclusive content and all that kind of stuff. Like I would appreciate that. James Laura says it's almost St. Patrick's Day. It will be pretty soon. Dr. Pop says, if any of you come over to the UK, avoid Sam Smith's beers and pubs. He's a kind of local to me, and he's a see you next Tuesday. And the beer gives you the shits. Just saying, I've drank Sam Smith before. Shit, Sam Smith Nut Brown. It's like kind of up north, ain't it? And a Sam Smith Oatmeal Stout. Eric says, I didn't get an AI alert. All good. Ron says, good to know. Ron said Nut Brown. Yeah, Sam Smith Nut Brown Ale. Taylor says, Dr. Pop, come over here and try some Bud Ice. Now, you don't want to do no Bud Ice. Oh, God, no. Now that I know what the deal with this song is, like, I want to see if I can play a little more of it. Let's see what... I want to hear the whole song. Let me see. Fucking skip ad. Damn ads. Cold beer made from samples of modern.
Cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, cold beer. With a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer. I love cold beer, cold beer, with a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer.
It's got the names of all the artists like on each little piece. Let me see if I can show the video here. Hang on. This is interesting. Now that I know what the fuck it is. The window, yeah. So you got like a doll here with a bunch of samples. It's just a bunch of different artists like saying cold beer. And it's got like the name of every artist on each of these little samples here.
Cold beer, cold beer, with a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, with a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer, nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer.
This song is made from 50 different country artists.
Nice cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, cold beer, with a nice cold beer, with a nice cold beer, nice cold beer, cold beer, cold beer.
Shit. Hang on, let me so there's your modern country right there. You got a cold beer, cold beer. Alrighty, Taylor says Bud Ice is alright if you get it good and cold in the fridge. You need to have it almost at the point where it's freezing. It gives you a hell of a hangover. Like anything that says ice behind it, like, don't give you a fucking hangover. Natty Ice, fucking, you know, Milwaukee's Best Ice, Bud Ice. I've had them all. Lonesome Stranger says, I never did have a taste for beer. Taylor says, I used to drink Bud Ice all the time and Rolling Rock when I was broke. Same here. Like when I was younger, like I'd buy like some Bud Ice or some Natty Ice. Taylor says, I just read that. Stoned Abbott says cold beer. Some country singer, I think. Right. That was like 50 different artists there apparently. For Real Fun says, don't forget a pickup. James Laura says, Rolling Rock way back in the day. Conrad says, sorry, but your beers in the U.S. are shit. But we got some really good ones now, like, you know, ever since we had that brewing revolution, basically. You know, kind of better about 10 or 15 years ago, but we kind of upped our game with the beers and shit. Mark says butt lice. Yeah, I don't drink, you know, Bud Light shit. I'll get like Miller Lite sometimes, you know, when I ain't got no money and I just want to get a buzz. But yeah, we got a lot of good stuff, you know, like along these lines here today. Eric says I prefer Mexican beers these days. The Lonesome Stranger says, went to a place in Fort Worth one time called the Flying Saucer. Had over 200 different kinds on tap. Yeah. But we had a Flying Saucer in Columbia, South Carolina for a while. Yeah, like, that was the first place I ever saw it. It was like a bar that had like 100 fucking beers and shit. Ron says, I drank a flat of black ice one time. Worst headache I ever had. And I had multiple concussions in reference at that time. No joke, shit. Never heard of, let's see, black ice? I never heard of that. Never drank that. Dr. Pop says Tadcaster, where the Sam Smith Brewery is, had their bridge flood out and didn't even give access to a temporary bridge built on his land. Back in the 90s, he banned live music and jukeboxes. Wait, is Sam Smith like a living person? I thought he was like some guy that lived like 200 fucking years ago or something. Damn. Taylor Langley says Rolling Rock ain't bad, but you gotta get it in the bottle. I'd take it over Natty Light any day, or Bush. Yeah, that's when you're poor as fuck to be buying Bush and shit. Ordway says they should have ended it with warm beer, better than no beer. Eric says local brewers doing good stuff with beer these days, but forgot most all the 7-Eleven brands. Oh yeah, fucking the 7-Eleven brands, yeah. All your goddamn piss beer and stuff. Ron says English flat beer is the worst beer served warm. Talk about like a cask ale. James Laura says I buy Kessler's whiskey when I'm down to a few bucks. Lonesome Stranger says if you go in the Flying Saucer Club, try all 200. You get your name on a saucer on the ceiling. I didn't know that shit. Dr. Pop said, never have been a beer man, but the cider, yes. I like me some cider when it's good. Jazz Rocker says, now we got all those super strong IPAs, very potent. Yeah, and the fucking IPAs like kind of took over the beer section at the store. There's too many of them. And they kind of wear me out. I can't drink them all the time, you know. It's all that bitter fucking hop flavor. I tend to go for malty shit myself. Ron says, yeah, cask ale would be a good example. There's some old historic ones I've tried. They're even worse. Oh, right. Yeah, they were doing that in Britain like up until pretty recently. Like the World War II soldiers, the American soldiers went over there. And, you know, they drank the shit and it came from a barrel. And they were like, man, that beer over there is like flat as hell and it's warm. But, I think they brought it back in recent years, the old cask ales. They called it the real ale movement. Barry Dodd says, PBR and a shot of Jack Daniels out of the freezer. Sound like you're going to have a good evening doing that. Shit. Yeah. Let's see. Taylor Langley says, I prefer a lager. The IPAs are too heavy and I need something to go down smooth and crisp. Shot a Jack out of the freezer and a PBR. That's some... You get ready to party fucking hard. Dr. Pop says, Sam Smith, the owner of the company, even banned mobile cell phones in their pubs. Piss flap. Jesus. I wish I could ban, like, televisions in pubs, like maybe not cell phones. But Ron says, poor GIs. James Laura says, I bought a never-ending shot in Mexico once, but they cut me off because I didn't stop. What's a never-ending shot? Shit. Yeah, like somebody who plays in a lot of, you know, a lot of bars and restaurants and stuff. I wish I could ban TVs from bars and restaurants. Let's see. Taylor Langley says, plus I don't know what the hell they put in those IPAs, but my hands end up sticky for some reason after drinking it. That's just a malt, you know. Cosmic Sunbeam says, happy Saturday. What's up, man? So I did not know that Sam Smith was a living person. I thought he was like some historical figure, like, you know, we started this hell brewery back in 1656. I thought it was something like that, you know. Damn. Ron says, just get a friend to take out the live feed of the bar. Right, uh-huh. James says, wasn't Sam Smith a friend of Ben Franklin? Well, that was Samuel Adams. I'm assuming they knew each other. Ron says, shot? Yeah, we'll do a shot. Yeah, let's do one. Let's shoot it out with Scotch and Irish. All right, we got the Bushmills Irish whiskey, and we got the Dewar's White Label Scotch. Y'all tell me which one, Scotch or Irish. Let's shoot it out. All right, Ron says Irish. James says, of course they knew each other. James says Irish. I did not know that about Sam Smith, though. I thought it was like some old ass fucking brewery. You know, I didn't know Sam Smith was like a living person. like as far, I thought he was like some guy like 200 years ago or some shit. Lonesome Stranger says 1 bourbon, 1 Scotch, 1 beer. Well, you know the Rattlesnake Shot of Doom is on the table. That's a $20 super chat. We do 1 bourbon, 1 Scotch, and 1 hit of absinthe in a shot glass. Got a couple of shots for Irish. Ordway says Irish. He says U2 in a clover, so I guess that means Irish. U2, of course, like band I never got into. But James Laura says, I think he signed the Declaration of Independence. That's no. Samuel Adams, was he on the Declaration? Wait a minute. Was Sam Adams on the Declaration of Independence? Shit. I read it recently and I've looked at all the fucking signatures. Ron says, you need more than 1,000-year-old eggs and soju again. Right, yeah. People used to pay me to eat them Chinese 1,000-year eggs. Kiwi says, what's that Irish? Better than Jameson's? It's Bushmills. It's, you know, cheap stuff. I like Jameson's better, honestly. But James Laura says he might have been. I got to look it up now. Y'all keep voting. We got 2 votes for Irish. Y'all tell me what y'all want to see me drink, Scotch or Irish. Okay, yes, Samuel Adams did sign the Declaration of Independence. Yeah. Ain't nobody got that much to spend. Eric says, yes, he signed it. Now Ron says, and I'm Canadian. Dr. Pop says, Sam Smith, the brewer, didn't meet Ben Franklin. Even his version of cola tasted of dirt. Sam founded it in the mid 1700s, but the company still exists. Okay, so the person like doing all this stupid shit now is like whoever like runs Sam Smith, like who runs the brewery. So Sam Smith, yeah, the actual guy Sam Smith is dead now, but just like the corporate overlords of the Sam Smith Brewing Company is like kind of lame these days apparently. Ron says, I'm sure he would have been. James Laura says, Jameson's the best inexpensive Irish. So, okay, well, barring any more votes, I guess we'll do some Irish whiskey here. Yeah, $20 super chat. I'll do the fucking rattlesnake shot of doom. That's 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 absinthe in the same shot glass. I do got the fucking absinthe right here. It's fucking, yeah, wormwood absinthe from France. Alright, let's do this shot here. Got to be out of fucking Irish whiskey. Alright, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, Slantia, Nozdrovia, all that great stuff. Right down the hatch with some Irish whiskey from Bushmills. Taylor says, I hope nobody's hurting that bad in chat to be drinking Bush. Yeah, if you're down to drinking Bush, like, I'll send you some fucking money. Shit. James Laura says, he makes a good beer still. Lonesome Stranger says, who all looked it up? If I can find his signature. See if I can find the original document here, or at least a facsimile of it. The original document looks like shit. Let's see if we can find it on here. We'll do a little history bullshit here. There's Ben Franklin right there. Where's Sam Smith at? Or Sam Adams, not Sam Adams, I mean. There's Sam Adams right there. Yep, right above John Adams. It's kind of interesting. You can see Stephen Hopkins down here. He had Parkinson's and he was all shaky and shit, like the way he signed his name. Yep, there's Sam Adams right there. Who else we got here? There's Thomas Jefferson right there. Love the fucking writing on this thing though. This is not Thomas Jefferson's handwriting, by the way. They paid like a guy with really good penmanship to make this engrossed copy of it. Look at that fucking writing. Anyway. So yeah, Samuel Adams did sign the Declaration of Independence. Ordway says, trivia that I don't know the answer to. What was the name of the pub the founders got lit up when they came up with the Declaration of Independence? That's one I don't know right there. Guess it was in Philadelphia. My best friend lives in Philly. And he said there's some pubs still open from like the fucking 1700s, like the oldest pub in America, or a tavern they would have called it back then, you know. Ron says, of course, John Hancock. Yeah, his signature is pretty obvious on there. Yep, that was a hell of a signature. For real says, Ordway says, clearly it is. Cheers. Let's see, everyone knows. James Laura says, I think I saw Sam Smith's signature. No, Sam Smith is from Britain. Like he definitely wouldn't have signed the Declaration of Independence. But let's see. Lonesome Stranger says people took pride in their penmanship back then. Oh yeah, they taught them to write like in that English round hand. It's hard to do. They didn't teach them to write that shit until they were like old enough to have dexterity in their hands. Like you know, they taught us to write when we were like 5 or 6. They couldn't teach that kind of writing until you were like a little bit older back then. Dr. Pop says that the Declaration of Independence. Yep. Ordway says 250 years old this year. Yeah, that's true. Taylor says John Hancock was a dick, I can tell. But he was a banker, yeah. Ron says, did they call a signature a John Hancock since his was the biggest on the Declaration? Yeah. He just had the most flamboyant, like big ass signature. He was the first to sign it too. That's probably why that is. But he also had a really beautiful signature, and yeah, that's why they call it a John Hancock now. SD says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Ron says it must have been. Ordway says I took some battles to get that done. Yep. And 1776 was a bad year, by the way, like on the battlefield. Like I mean, these guys like were like really looking at possibly signing their death warrant when they signed that fucking document. Yeah, I'll show you the fucking the John Hancock signature. Yeah, there's John Hancock right there. Yeah, awesome signature. He signed it first, and he signed it like right in the middle, and signed it really big, you know. Ron says, my cursive is real good. My kids have no idea what I'm writing. Right. Yeah, like they taught us cursive, you know, like in middle school and stuff, and elementary school, and really didn't take with most of us. Like me and most of my friends like write in print when we're normally writing. I do know how to write like a little bit of that round hand shit, like I picked up a fucking calligraphy pen and started writing that round hand, that copper plate shit, you know. Brian says, Ed, what advice would you give a beginner guitar player trying to start learning the fretboard? Learning the fretboard, I mean, kind of get familiar with those dots on here, you know, these dots down the neck, and find where your bar chords are. You can play blues lead like in any bar, like if you know the key of the song, they tell you the song's in A, it's going to be right here, and you're going to be in this box here. Then G, right there. Good way to learn the fretboard, like learn that blues box, you know, the pentatonic scale. Ron says, wasn't for the native that the English repaying, the war wouldn't have lasted as long as it did. Talking about the Native Americans. See, Dave says, how do people sign their name if they don't know cursive? I just kind of scratch mine like in chicken scratch, basically. Yeah. A lot of the Native Americans here, like, kind of sided with the British because the colonists were the ones, like, fucking with them, you know. Dave says, how How do people sign their... I just read that. Dr. Pop says somebody else signs Bigly in a Sharpie, so maybe big signature aren't always a good thing. Ron says, in the settling of America would have been much smoother and faster if the English were up here in Canada hiring natives to stop American colonization. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah. I mean, the British like actually banned us from settling anywhere past the Appalachian Mountains because, you know, that was considered Indian territory. George Ordway says, good Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot. A pretty fun movie. I mean, it's I didn't know it was possible to be racist against British people, but The Patriot actually kind of pulled that off. Like it makes British people look like the most evil fucking Nazis who have ever lived. Taylor says, could you do some Power of Soul? Let me see. I can remember the riff. I don't remember the fucking riff to it. Hendrix song. With the power of soul, everything is possible. Something like that. It's on the Band of Gypsies album. Ron says, yeah, the English paid Indians to kill and scalp Americans. Yeah, oh yeah, a lot of them Indian tribes like sided with the British. Ordway says the French were there too. They helped us. Yeah, they kind of helped us win it. The French did. Ron says common history in Canadian schools. Dr. Pop says, and if I remember my history correctly, the French did a lot of scalping. Yeah, they probably paying for scalps and shit. SD says Pepin the Bald had saved the Visigoth from the dashing Moors. So Pepin the Bald would have... Pepin's like a French, like early medieval French type of name there. Taylor says close enough. Ordway says and the Dutch were the sellers of slaves. New Amsterdam equals New York. Yeah, that's true. Ron says they paid them per scalp. Gary Toner says Battle of Cowpens was a kick the British ass battle in that film. Yeah, you're right. That's in South Carolina. The main character in The Patriot, Mel Gibson's character, is from South Carolina, based on a few different people like Francis Marion and my relative John Ryan. Yeah, they show the Battle of Cowpens or something like the Battle of Cowpens. I've been through there, actually. A couple of important battles here in South Carolina in the later part of the Revolution. Cowpens and Camden. Yep. Ron says, oh, they did. The French are usually the worst. Yep. Of course, you know, the French were like active kind of in the Midwest at that time. You know, the fucking Louisiana territory, right? So they probably had a little bit of, you know, dealings in the war and stuff. But of course they had dealings in the other end of the war, like at Yorktown and stuff. They bottled up the British at Yorktown, and they kind of won the war for us. Taylor says the world's armpit. JD says this is a great history lesson, digging the shit out of it. Cool. John says, Ron says, you're related to John Ryan? Yes. There's a John Ryan, like from South Carolina, that was kind of a Revolutionary War hero. He attacked the baggage train of a British lord named Lord Rowden, who was coming through here, like through Edgefield and stuff. And yeah, You can read about him in a book called Reminiscences of the Revolutionary War in the South. And yeah, I'm descended from his brother, Lake Ryan. Yeah, from my mother's family. Let's see, Dr. Pop says, Mr. Orange recently said that if the U.S. hadn't joined World War II in Europe, we in Europe would all be speaking German. If the Europeans hadn't invaded America, you would still be speaking Navajo. Right. Uh-huh. I don't know if Hitler would have taken Britain, but, you know, he would have taken continental Europe. Well, he did take continental Europe. But he might have, like, maybe if he'd, like, won the war, like, good enough, Britain probably would have signed a peace treaty with him. But, yeah, he would have, you know, had France and Poland and, you know, all that shit, and, like, Scandinavia. Ron says, mostly the French Navy helped. Yeah, that's true. The Comte de Rochambeau. Taylor says, I'm not saying most French people are musty. For real says, happy February, folks. Cheers and good night. I said good night. All right, you have a good one there, for real. Gary Toner says, love that movie, Last of the Mohicans. French-American War with a lot of Indian action. Yeah, the fucking French and Indian War was actually kind of a prelude to the revolution that caused a lot of the debt that caused the revolution. Ron says, yeah, he was a badass. Yeah, good old John Ryan. Yeah, from Edgefield, South Carolina. Yeah, he didn't have any kids himself. His brother Lake Ryan is my great grandfather. Ron says, of course, the Europeans would have been rocked without you Americans. Yeah, I mean, Hitler would have had like his own little, you know, Soviet Union, basically, or Nazi Empire, if we hadn't come over there. I don't think he would have taken Britain, but he would have had continental Europe, like, because he already had it when we showed up, right? Yeah. Like if he'd won the war. Ron says, and don't forget that if it wasn't for the uranium mines in Canada up in the Yukon, there would have been no bombs falling on Japan. That would have changed the war. Yeah, it would have gotten a lot more people killed if we had to do a land invasion of Japan. Yeah. Ordway says, there was a vote in Congress, English or German. It was close. Shit. The Stoned Abbott says, now Germany wouldn't and couldn't invade Britain without direct U.S. involvement. They still would have lost, but it would have taken away longer and been far deadlier. The Germans could have won the war if they had done it real fast. Basically, they didn't have the resources and the manpower for a long ass war, and as soon as it became a long, drawn out war, they were fucked. Just a matter of time. Taylor says, how's the weather over there in your neck of the woods, Ed? Cold as shit, and you know, snow, like about 3 or 4 inches of snow on the ground. Ron says, not true. James Laura says, I can't go to war. I get tired too easy. Ordway says, pre-war. Ordway says, a federal government official language, young country. Stoned Abbott says, yeah, Germany lost the war when Britain refused to sign a peace treaty after the fall of France. Well, they had the Russians coming from this way, and then eventually they had us coming from the other way, and Germany's not a huge fucking country. I mean, you got like these giant fucking countries like Russia and the United States and the British Empire and shit. Like they there's no way they could have fucking stood up to that. Like, they would have had to like want it like real quick, you know. Stone Abbott says, big World War II nerd. And Ron says, did you know that the Norwegians were occupied for years and never surrendered? Yeah, the Germans took over Norway, I believe. Yeah. Dr. Pop says, that was when the free people fought against a dictator. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it was like a, you know, like you had the liberal West on one side, and we like kind of partnered up with Russia, like, you know, our frenemy Uncle Joe, and yeah, basically like if you, it was kind of like Germany like fighting two different ideological wars. Hitler believed that both communism and capitalism were Jewish conspiracies. Like, believe it or not. You know, with the Russians, like, he was fighting a war against Bolshevism, communism, and of course, it was like he considered it to be Germany's destiny to destroy Bolshevism. In fighting the capitalists, he didn't plan on fighting, you know, America and Britain and France, but we kind of jumped in, you know, when he invaded Poland. But you know, he was he kind of made a bet that you know, like a dictatorship like Germany here, you know, we can probably defeat like an effeminate fucking democracy like America, and you know, he thought that an army under a totalitarian state would fucking, you know, just fight harder and fight better. Anyway, yeah. Let me see. Ron says, I think Germany actually lost the war when they invaded Russia, and they had a non-aggression pact. Yeah, he definitely fucked up when he invaded Russia, but it was like a central part of Nazi ideology to destroy Bolshevism. So he, you know, he decided to go through with it. Ron says, non-aggression pact. Yep. Dr. Pop says, World War II still carries on. It's just a different phase. Yep. I mean, a lot of legacy of World War II still left behind. It. Shit, World War I has a lot of fucking baggage, like, still in the world today. That fucking, you know, that breakup of Yugoslavia, like in the 90s when I was a kid, that was totally the legacy of World War I. All the bullshit in the Middle East that goes on right now, like that actually is the legacy of World War I when they carved up the Ottoman Empire, and blah blah blah. Some history rambling here. Ron says, there are no modern parallels on the U.S. today. It's absurd that people would even suggest such a thing. Let's see. Taylor says, there will be no other world war. Hope not. Stone Abbott says, Hitler underestimated how a British person reacts to a snotty mainlander telling him what to do. Taylor says, it'll just be a wrap. SD says, fast frigates, but what is the mission of the Navy? Stone Abbott says, my hometown, Coventry, still has bomb ruins and shrapnel damage, haunting stuff. World War II stuff where they, I guess the fucking Blitz, you know, they had there. Ordway says, bad winter that year. James says, nuclear weapons are more destructive now. No joke. Ron says, he forgot that an Englishman loves to suffer. Just look at the English explorers and mountaineers. Right. Ron says, they were tough people back then. Now they're mostly from the Middle East. Right. See, James says, I have an English muffin sometimes. Dr. Pop says, Ron Swanson says, we drink tea and carry on. Anyway, damn, let's do a song here. After I step outside and take care of some man business, I'll be right back. All right. Churchill had that dog in him, the British Bulldog. Yep. Ron says, anything on cast iron tastes better. Definitely a steak does. James says, can you play Stormy Monday? All right, we'll do that.
Stormy Monday. Tuesday is just the same. When they call me Stormy Monday, Tuesday is just as bad. Wednesday's worse, baby. Thursday's just so sad. Eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. Eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. Sunday I go to church, and I get down on my knees and pray. mercy. Lord, have mercy on me. Lord, have mercy, baby. Oh, my poor heart's in misery. Lord, if my baby don't love me no more, Lord, these blues just don't let me be.
Let's see, and James Kurt sends me $2 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you, man. Super chats are the life of the show. And Taylor Langley sends me $5. Says Texas flood. I can do that. Appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank y'all for y'all's generosity. Let's see. Just swallow a beer here. Same key Texas flood is.
Texas. On the telephone lines are down. Flood down in Texas, baby. Lord, and the telephone lines are down. Trying to call my baby, I can't hear a single sound. Dark clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out in the rain. Dark clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out in the rain. I can't call my baby. It's gonna drive me insane. baby. I'm going back home to stay. Lord, I'm leaving you, baby. Lord, I'm going back home to stay. Where I'm from, there ain't no floods or tornadoes, and the sun shines every day. Going out of tune. Let's see. P. Benson says, listening in the background, load the blues. Appreciate it, man. James Laura says, anyway, thank you to all veterans out there for their sacrifice. And Barry Dodd says, about time, throw another log on the fire, too. And Cat Daddy says, do you have a version of Talking to Casey? I have to listen to that one, like try to learn it. Dr. Pop says, why do I hear Red House in my head? It's about the same type of deal, you know, slow, like Chicago-style blues. James Laura says, that Gretsch has a 60s tone to it. It's kind of like halfway between a humbucker and a single coil pickup, basically. Like the way those what they call them, what's the pickups on a Gretsch called? The Filtertrons. But anyway, it's kind of cold up in here. I might not stay on too much longer. Lordway says, Ed, have you done a Levy tonight? I can do some Levy for you. All right, Ron says, they filter out all the bad vibes. Right. See, Filtertrons are not, they're not wound a whole lot. They're humbuckers, but they're not wound like a Gibson humbucker, like a PAF, and so they kind of give like a halfway single coil type of sound at the expense of an output volume. Like they don't give you a lot of like gain, like, you know. Taylor says, you must get a badass space heater in that guitar room. It's just pretty decent one. I mean, it's 47 in here right now, which is a lot higher than what it is outside. James says, I have a warm-up shot before you go in. Yeah, probably will. Let's do When the Levy Breaks for George Ordway here. Some finger-picking shit. Let's see. Totally fucked that up. One more time. This is the old version of When the Levy Breaks. All right, take two. If it keeps on raining now, the levee is gonna break. Keeps on raining, the levee is gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. It keeps on raining, the levee is gonna break. It keeps on raining, the levee is gonna break. All these people that have no place to stay. Well, now look at here, mama, now what am I to do? Well, look here, mama, what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. Woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Told me to leave my baby and my happy home.
That's the old version of When the Levee Breaks by fucking Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. J-Dub says, YouTube algorithm for the win, pulling up a chair. What's up, man? James Laura says, I'm growing a beard and mustache because I don't like shaving. Taylor says, I had a house one time that I rented, terrible insulation, had to use the oven as a heater. Oh, shit. This place is insulated, but, you know, it only does so good with this space heater in here. George Ordway says, thanks. Tossed a few jingles in the PayPal bucket. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot there, Mr. Ordway. Dr. Pop says, this is better than the Led Zeppelin version. Hope so. Let's see. Taylor says, I had a $600 electric bill. Oh, shit. Goddamn. James says, I do that now, Taylor. Ron says, hell yeah, brother. Appreciate that. Barry Dodd says, thanks for the time, man. Keep it real. Have a good one, sir. You have a good one there, Barry Dodd. Cat Daddy says, I like the acoustic blues. Doc could sure pick some. I played like something resembling Doc Watson earlier, actually. Played fucking, what was it? Sitting on Top of the World, yeah. How about a little bit of Merle Travis-like style stuff? Kind of in the same vein. Old 9-pound hammer, getting a little too heavy. Heavy for my size, heavy for my size. Hold on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels won't go? I'm going up the mountain to see my baby. Ain't coming back, ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels won't go?
kill John Henry. Well, it's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll? The wheels won't go. To Howlin, it's a long way to Hazard, just to get a little brew, just to get a little brew. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? Roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels don't go? A little bit of Travis picking. J-Dub says, beautiful, appreciate that. Dr. Pop says, although the drum intro to When the Levy Breaks was kind of, or am I thinking of another drum intro? Probably the Led Zeppelin one, yeah. Yeah, it has the famous drum intro, like the right, John Bonham. Cat Daddy says, Travis was a beast, no doubt. Ordway says, tents work inside the house, too. That is true. I got a tent. J-Dub says, this motherfucker rips. Appreciate it. Dr. Pop says, here's a challenge, Ed. It's not easy being green. Shit. Where have I heard that? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Cat Daddy says, that's a great one, but has a few different names depending on who's playing it. 9-Pound Hammer or Roll On Buddy. Yeah, I always called it 9-Pound Hammer. I think I learned it from hearing Bill Monroe play it back in the day, like like bluegrass style. Ordway says, anything to capture your own heat.
Show me everything that you know.
Yeah, probably going to open up like maybe a $2 or $3 tier on Patreon. People can pay like we'll go like on Patreon like after the regular show here on YouTube and do like a show on there. Might not do it tonight, like I'm freezing to fucking death, but said Ron says, love that Travis picking. Ron says it's only going to get down to 27 Fahrenheit tonight, like where you're at. So it's colder here than it is in fucking like Western Canada right now. It's kind of crazy. Damn. It's going to be 13 Fahrenheit here tonight. We'll go to 1 o'clock. How about that? Fucking yeah, probably get out of here at 1 so I don't end up like Jack Nicholson at the end of The fucking Shining. Ron says, colder than Canada and South Carolina. Nuts. Yeah, that is insane. Y'all sent that shit down here, though. They keep saying, like, air from the Arctic, like up north and shit, like a Arctic fucking, yeah. It's y'all's fault. He says, you poor bastards. A shot? Yeah, we'll do a shot. And don't forget, y'all, $20 super chat. I'll do the rattlesnake shot of doom. That's the 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, and 1 absinthe mixed together in the same shot glass. Okay, what do we got here now? James says soup is good food. Yeah, good Dead Kennedy song. It used to be a slogan back during the Great Depression. Okay, we got some Dewar's White Label Scotch here. And we got some Pusser's British Navy rum. Y'all tell me which one y'all want to see. Rum or Scotch. $10 super chat. I'll do a fucking shot of moonshine too. Bet you do a monstrous Hank Senior new here. Yeah, I'll do some Hank Senior for you. While they're getting those votes in. Okay, Scotch or rum, y'all tell me. By the way, super chats are very much welcome. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these live streams. I just kind of sit here and busk, and that keeps the show going. Like when y'all send super chats or PayPal donations or whatever. So if y'all want to send me some love, go down to that $sign at the bottom of the chat there. I would appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, that lonesome whippoorwill, he sounds too blue to fly. The midnight train is whining low. I'm so lonesome I could cry. I've never seen a night so long when time goes crawling by. The moon just went behind a cloud to hide his face and cry. The silence of a falling star lights up a purple sky. And as I wonder where you are, I'm so lonesome I could die. Have you ever seen a robin weep when leaves begin to die? That means he's lost the will to live. I'm so lonesome I couldn't cry.
James says, thanks, Ord. I didn't know that. Ron says, Ed's music. You can get the link there and get some CDs. I got CDs and digital downloads of albums. Got my electric album and my acoustic album there. Bandcamp page. James Laura says, your voice sounds like you're cold, Ed. It's kind of like low humidity around here, too, like with this fucking cold weather. J-Dub says, possibly his best tune. Love it, man. Appreciate that. Ordway says, I saw the light. I can probably finger pick it. Let me see. Hank Williams, I Saw the Light. I don't know the fucking words, but there's a finger-picking version of it. Cat Daddy says, I'll never get out of this world alive. Probably no wrong answer here. Shit. Lyrically, I don't know it. I'll never get out of this world alive. J-Dub says, hell yeah, thank you. And let's see, Crab H. Mandu says, let's go. Ron says he needs a shot of hot liquor. J-Dub says, I saw the light. James Kurt says, you're a picking son of a gun. Appreciate that, man. James Laura says, I think Ed said he'll do some shine for $10. Yeah, $10 super chat. I'll take a shot of moonshine and play Mountain Dew. Or $20, like one bourbon, one scotch, and one absinthe in the same shot glass. That's my two offers on the table right there. And you got 10 minutes. about to leave at about 1 o'clock. Pretty cold up in this motherfucker. Ron says snake venom. Taylor says, could you do a trial shot of moonshine? I mean, I know what it tastes like. I mean, James says, don't black out it. I'm far from that. Shit. Yeah, $10, shot of corn liquor, $20, the rattlesnake shot of death. The bourbon, scotch, and absinthe mixed together. Ron says, blackout, he hadn't even got started. Yeah, I ain't doing too bad, actually. James says, your eyes are glazed over. What? How can you tell? Gustav says, cheers from Brazil. What's up, man? Cheers from South Carolina. J-Dub says, know any Joe Walsh, James Gang stuff? I bet you do. Shit. I know Rocky Mountain Way. That wasn't the James Gang, though, was it? Play that with bands sometimes. Cat Daddy says, not blues, but any Norman Blake in your repertoire. Shit, I don't think I know none of his stuff either. Let's see, Chili Queen says, greetings from Alaska. What's up? I bet you're pretty cold right now. But I'm not far behind you. It's going to be 13 Fahrenheit here in the deep fucking south. Ron says, welcome, Shelly. Yeah, having like a rare winter storm here right now in South Carolina. James Laura says, don't drive with your eyes glazed over like that, Ed. What the fuck are you talking about? I ain't driving nowhere. I don't know how you can see my eyes that good. My eyes look pretty fucking good. Anyway, yeah. J-Dub says, cheers, thanks for the jams. Well, cheers, man. Yeah, about 10 minutes, I believe we'll get the fuck out of here. It's about 1 a.m. here in the deep bowels of South Kakalaki, the frozen bowels of South Carolina. Like 3 or 4 inches of snow on the ground right now. Cat Daddy says, your eyes are almost glowing. James Laura says, right, Cat. I don't see it. Dr. Pop says, kick out the jams. P-U-S-A. Ron says, me either. Yeah, yeah, Ron don't see it either. You can barely see my eyes most of the time. I got this fucking like hat on, and the camera's like above me and shit. James Laura says, I think it's just the cold weather. Yeah, I mean, like no moisture in the air, like 30% humidity right now. Kind of fucking with my singing too, actually. Taylor says, can you do a 2-minute master class on mixing major and minor? I never put that lesson plan together. There's a few songs that do that. I mean, let's see. Ordway says, if you have oversized boots, it's good to use them with your other layers. Better off with air revolving in your layers. You used to use bread bags to protect your feet when it was cold. We rocked wool. Yeah, I'm just wearing skateboard shoes right now. Got long johns and a pair of jeans. Like this jacket here is pretty warm. Like the rest of me is cold. I do have a pair of boots in the house though. James Laura says, what can you drink to warm yourself? Whiskey, neat? It'll make you feel warm, but it kind of thins your blood and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if it actually makes you literally warmer or not, but it makes you feel warmer. You know, Ron says, the Frontier jacket is cool. Yeah, it's a cool ass jacket right here. Ron says, hot buttered rum, James. Butter and whiskey, that or liquor, like that's kind of weird. Or make hot whiskey tea. James Laura says that sounds good, Ron. Never heard of a butter and whiskey. Right. Go. One more song here before I go. You know, $10 super chat, I'll drink some fucking corn liquor, and $20 super chat, I'll do the rattlesnake shot of death. Let's see here. Ron says, yeah, James freezing his ass off. Dr. Pop says, I like a bit of Kirk, but Picard. Yeah, I kind of like the old 60s Star Trek. James Laura says, a Data set a course for the Galaxy 5. Like, I was never a big fan of either Star Trek or Star Wars, but I like Star Trek better. Specifically the old 60s Star Trek. Taylor says, Ed's got that Nordic blood in him. He's good. That is British blood. Ron says, it's only like 7 degrees Celsius in his studio. Ron says, he was cool, brother. That was cool, brother. Appreciate that. Ordway says, everyone, as soon as you think maybe try to get a warning to a warming shelter if you can't make your own. James Laura says Shatner's like 105 now. Not far from it, like 90 something. Yeah, you know, if your fucking power goes out, like in this storm, like, yeah, get to your local warming shelter. Dr. Pop says Nimoy all the way. Didn't they just do like a Star Trek like reboot or like some kind of new Star Trek show or some shit? I don't know. Ron says Kirk was the best. Shatner is Canadian. That's right. Yeah, he is Canadian. Rocket Man, burning out a fuse up here alone. JT Davis says, hey, nice to meet y'all. Checking in from Chicago. What's up, man? How you doing? Ordway says, dealer's choice. I'm about to get the fuck off here. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah. But Ron says, I think there are several new spinoffs. Yeah, welcome to the show, JT. I was just about to sign off. Anyway, but yeah, I'll give y'all one last chance to get a rattlesnake shot of doom out of me. $20 super chat. I'll do the rattlesnake shot of death. The fucking 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, and 1 hit of absinthe in the fucking shot glass. Or $10, I'll do a damn shot of corn liquor and play Mountain Dew. James Laura says, is it cold over there yet? It's getting pretty cold. Oh, yeah. Dr. Pop says, Kirk, anyways, paused when speaking. Yeah, right, yeah. Always paused when speaking. JT says, I'll catch you again down the road. All right, man. Wish you would. And Ron says, you guys can pitch. Yeah, you guys can pitch into. Yeah, but we'll do like a cumulative type of thing if y'all want to. Ron says, it doesn't all have to be for one person. I'll give y'all the 110 to figure out if y'all want me to do another shot. There's Papa Penguin Pontifa something. Can't read the whole name because YouTube is lame. But Papa Penguin says he sends $10 in a super chat. He says just rocketing across the YouTubes with a get full of bourbon and hoping Let's see. A gut full of bourbon, hoping for an ear full of blues. How about anything Steve Vai? What a blues artist if I ever heard one. Let me see. I do not know any Steve Vai. I'm sorry about that. I appreciate your $10 there, man, though. Super chats are always welcome here. Thank you very, very much for that, sir. And he sends me a $20 and says, how about both? Okay. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. We'll do both. Very generous man there, Papa Penguin. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Let's do both. Maybe spread them out. I'll do one and then play a song and then do the other one. All right. There we go. Which one first, Papa? What do you want to see? The corn liquor or the rattlesnake? Wait, which one first? You apologize for not knowing no Steve Vai. James says rattlesnake. Ron says corn. Yeah, let's go for the corn first. Like we'll do the hard one last. Right. What's the yeah. All right. We got some corn liquor here from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This is the Mountain Legacy corn liquor. You know, stuff's a little hot, about 120 proof. Ron says SRV, we can do that, all right. JT says, new on YouTube, the Maple Leaf Bar's new channel streams all their shows. You have to check that out. Get this thing open. Okay, let me show y'all how fucking hard it is to pour a shot of corn liquor into a glass. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see if this might work. I have William Shatner's playlist. Like, William Shatner made some of the most interesting music ever made. Like, did really good covers. You know, like, Mr. Tambourine Man. Dr. Pop says, I don't know if it's a UK thing, but having alcohol in a jar seems dangerous. Yeah, you know, like tradition for moonshine. But my dad used to buy it in fucking milk jugs, though. Let's see. Nathan says, do you ever listen to jazz? Yeah, a lot. Oh, yeah. Like old bebop and stuff like that. Miles Davis and shit like that. Grab Storm says, Steve played with Zappa for a bit. Not a blues man, prog and more. Yeah. Yeah, he played with Frank Zappa. All right, here we go. Here we go with some corn liquor here. All right, cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pai, Prost, Skull, Nozdrovia, all that great stuff. Right down the hatch. Now let's do some SRV for Ron Swanson, and then we'll do that other fucking rattlesnake shot of death that Mr. what was his name? Mr. Papa Penguin paid me to do. Okay, here we go. Damn. Fucking moonshine took over my brain there. Can't talk. Let's see here. And he sends another $5, Mr. Papa Penguin. He says, if it ain't from Franklin County, Virginia, it ain't real corn liquor. Moonshine, capital of the world. Oh, I'd love to try some shit from there. We got some pretty good shit down here in South Kakalaki, though, if you can get a hold of it. Thank you very much for that $5 there. Very generous man. Thank you very much for that. Let's do some SRV, and then we'll do the rattlesnake shot of death. Oh, wrong key.
That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love, don't bang. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach to kiss your lips. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love, don't bang. So sad. Sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. Well, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let it love go away. So sad. Damn it. This thing to stand up. Okay, there we go. Papa Penguin says, Google the Great Franklin County Moonshine Conspiracy. Dixie Sugar sent an executive down here during Prohibition because we were buying more sugar than New York City. Shit. Just wanted to figure out how much sugar was coming down to these parts. So all this talk of moonshine in Virginia, like I bet you've heard of Jim and Jesse, haven't you, Papa Penguin? Papa Penguin pontificates. That's the name there. Okay, yeah. Ron says, I know pretty much everything about shine. I know a pretty good bit about it myself. Like, as far as the manufacture of it. Dr. Pop says, when you're distilling, make sure you get the ethanol and not the methanol. That's right. Yeah, that methanol is like an optic nerve poison. James Laura says, try not to black out, Ed. I'm fucking fine. Ron says, I've made my share in Minecraft. Yeah, I've made a pretty good bit of it in Minecraft. Ordway says, I trusted the link, and I think the playlist will now work. Ron says, I just drank some of it. But, anyway, let me step outside real quick and take care of a little bit of man business, and I'll be right back, and we'll do that rattlesnake shot.
Alrighty. This damn chair straightened out. Okay. Ron says, I just drank some. Yeah, he's got some. He says he's going to freeze his pecker off. He almost did. I melted some of that snow, though. James Laura says, wish I had some shine right now. I'm wide awake. Ron says, Papa Penguin, it's nice to meet a fellow admirer of the craft. Dr. Pop says, 6:15 here, 6 a.m. I'm still old, and I still should know better. Yeah, I got a bad habit of staying up really late, too. James Kurt says, I like watching the video of Popcorn Sutton making moonshine. Yeah, when I was a kid, we would go to Maggie Valley on vacation, Maggie Valley in North Carolina, and he had a fucking antique shop up there, right? And you'd see him riding around town in that old piece of shit fucking truck with a moonshine still on the back of it. And the local law people, like, didn't care, you know? So, he owned like an antique shop, like just when you were leaving Maggie Valley to go to Cherokee, yeah, in the mountains there. Let me see here. All right, let's make the rattlesnake shot of death here. It's Mr. Papa Penguin paid me to make it. Got one bourbon. It's got just a little bit of bourbon left. One bit of bourbon. That's a Four Roses bourbon, by the way. It's kind of middle of the road stuff. J-Dub says, T-Bone Walker axe for the win. Yeah, I believe he played a Gibson or something like that. Yeah, but that's a Gretsch back there. Like the way he held the guitar was like really weird. Like he would, like he would fucking, he'd play it like this, like, you know. Okay, one bourbon, one scotch. We got the Dewar's White Label here. Let's mix that in. Put that in there. Now here's the star of the show, the fucking French Wormwood Absinthe. So one bourbon, one scotch, one absinthe. This is called Lucid. Just, you know, green fucking French absinthe. 120 proof this stuff is. You're supposed to dilute it with water, but, you know. Alright, let's get that in there. Alright. Papa Penguin might do me in here. Ron says, Papa Penguin, what you drinking tonight? Yeah, what you hitting, man? Cat Daddy says it's all middle of the road stuff. If you drink enough, that's where you may wake up. Right. James Laura says, I heard absinthe is pretty strong. Yeah, it's 120 proof. The stuff I got, at least. Taylor Langley says, going to see this kid next week named Danny Donato next week. Damn good country guitarist. Check him out. I'll try to look him up. All right, here we go. The Rattlesnake Shot of Death. Brought to you by fucking Papa Penguin. Let's do it. One bourbon, one scotch, one absinthe. Right down the hatch. Cheers. L'chaim, Kim Pai, Prost, Skull, Nasdrovia. Bottoms up. Woo! that fucking absinthe, like, kind of takes it over. Like, very strong, like, licorice flavor. Alrighty. Taylor says, going to see the kid next week. Just read that. Yeehaw! That was a strong shot right there. William Shatner playlist. I'm going to watch that myself like later on sometime. Ron says, the face says it all. Yep. James Laura says it took the glaze off your eyes. Okay, so, guess we'll go to 130 now. It's 120. I think I'm pretty much done with fucking booze for the night. Taylor says, yeah, he's good, man. Look him up. Cat Daddy says, hasn't the Danny fellow played with Billy Strings? Yeah, I don't really follow those guys. I mean, I've seen Billy Strings play. Very good at flat picking and shit. Papa Penguin certainly warmed me up tonight with his fucking super chat donations. James Laura says, I like blues guitar. Taylor says, if they keep it alive, I say they need all they can get. Yeah, that's true. Wardley says, thick as a brick. Okay, we'll do thick as a brick. Fuck it. That is what this show is famous for. English prog rock. Let's do some Thick as a Brick by Jethro Tull.
But I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields and you make all your animal deals. Your wise men don't know how it feels. Virtues are all swept away in the tidal destruction, the moral moraine. The elastic retreat brings the close of play as the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan rapidly peels, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a bad dream that I just had today. You shake your head, say that's a shame. Spin me back down the years hours and the days of my youth. Draw the lace and black curtains and shut out the whole truth. Spin me down the long ages, let them sing the song.
Jethro Tull. Well, their first album was blues, you know. J-Dub says, up tight for T-Bone Rattlesnake Shake. Ah, shit, had to learn that one. Dr. Pop says, loving this, gentle, poignant words. Ron says, Ed's Tull, so good, appreciate that. J-Dub says, Marshall Tucker Band. Let's see. Marshall Tucker, okay. You know, I was never a big Southern rock guy, but Marshall Tucker is from my home state, Spartanburg, South Carolina. So I'll play y'all a little bit of it, like a little smidgen of it. I've had to play this like so many times in my career, like it drives me fucking insane. Toy Caldwell was kind of an influence on me, guitar-wise, though.
Gonna take a freight train down from the station, Lord. I don't care where it goes. Gonna climb a mountain, highest mountain, I'm gonna jump off. Ain't nobody gonna know. Can't you see? Can't you see what that woman, she's been doing to me? Can't you see? Lord, can't you see what that woman, she's been doing to me?
Like vocally, like a little bit high for me, actually. Like Toy Caldwell's singing. James says, you play better after a rattlesnake shot. Shit. Well, buy me another and I might play better after that. Ron says, Pinger oil. J-Dub says, no way, Jethro's so good. Appreciate that. Jody says, good song. Thank you very much. J-Dub says, nice. Thank you, man. Yeah. About 1:30, we're probably gonna get the fuck out of here though. Yeah, cold as hell up in here, and might wind it up. Let's go ahead and do the closing theme. I will see y'all next week, Wednesday, same bat time, same bat station, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here we go. Alrighty. We'll see y'all next time, ladies and gentlemen. Ron says, some we asking about you the last couple of shows you missed. Talking about Jody, I think. Yeah, we was asking about you. Dr. Pop says, later, guys and gals. I got a 8-hour gap. Catch you later, Dr. Pop. Ron says, Ed thinks he's going to start doing after shows on Patreon. We tried it out. It was cool. Yeah, probably do one like on Wednesday's show. Like, probably won't do one tonight, but yeah, I'll start doing some Patreon after shows. Ordway says, everyone stay safe and warm. Ron says, have a good night, Ed. All right, y'all all have a good night. I will see y'all next time. Same bat time, same bat station, Wednesday. Like, yeah, not the same time as tonight. It's Saturday, but you know. But you can see the schedule, like, or the time we come on, like over here on the side here. Wednesdays, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, Ron says, take it easy. All right, well, catch y'all later. Peace off.